which is perfect. Okay, now I'm turning on the YouTube live stream. Let's wait for everybody to come on in. Come on in, take a seat. Perfect. Perfect. My plan is going according to plan. Let me just organize. Give me 1 second. Organizing chat layouts and such. There we go. I'm going to put that there. I'm going to put that there. Hey, Woodgrump. Hey, LNG. How are you doing? Life treating you well? Life is treating me well. I appreciate you asking, buddy. Working on a fusion coil video that I think will be most entertaining. Learning a new editing software, because let me just say, boy, I've had it up to here with Premiere. Premiere, so after, this amazing PC that my wife, because she is a sparkling fairy and a joy in my life, actually assembled for me. After we've got this, so right now what I am trying is DaVinci, and I'm very entertained. Oh, I heard about Adobe or something. What's going on with Adobe? It's just obnoxious. What is this, SPV3? Holy crap, is this the Halo campaign evolved? Well, okay, if I wanted to be mean, if I wanted to make a mean-spirited joke, no, it's the other bad remake of Halo 1. No, we are doing Combat Evolved Anniversary, which, as you should know, came out in 2011. It was the 10-year anniversary of Halo 1. This remaster was done by Saber Interactive. It used a proprietary game engine that they have called Saber 3D, I think, or Saber Tech, something like that. And essentially what it does is it handles under the hood. It's kind of like the Oblivion remaster. And weirdly enough, not like history repeating itself, kind of like the upcoming Halo remake, where under the hood is a Halo game engine, but the graphical layer is handled by a completely different engine. So that's what we're going to be doing. Hang on, let me turn on the fishing game for the folkies, as some people call them. And then let me share to the appropriate social medias. I need to set this up so that it can auto-tweet stuff. Playing Halo CEA in the anniversary graphics and discussing the CE remake. Yeah, that'll do. Let me find the thumbnail that I had saved. There it is. Okay. Okay. I failed to grab the Twitch link, which is my B. I'm frankly embarrassed with myself. Give me a second. Twitch. Here's the links to Twitch. Here's the links to YouTube. And then we'll get the show on the road, guys. Boo! There we go. Speaking of CEA, I wish they kept the Halo Reach assault rifle for the final product and left the pre-alpha character models intended. Yeah, the combat or the Halo Reach assault rifle, I think it fit the animation, the animations of Combat Evolved a little bit better. Like, the Halo 3 assault rifle, I can see why they went with it, because it looks a hell of a lot like the Combat Evolved assault rifle, but the geometry is just different enough that it doesn't look quite right. Like, the animations don't line up very well with it. So he's live. Enjoy watching your streams, Mr. Late Night. Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that. And hopefully soon I'll have a new video for you to enjoy as well. A video on fusion coils. Here, let me turn that down just a smidge. Okay, fellers on Twitch. The doohickey, what do you call it? The fishing game should be working. Hopefully. Muted it. Shut up. Shut up, I see you. Crazy timing. I wanted to ask you, is there any way to get Halo Studios to look at making the enemy AI anything like classic CE? Because that is a must. Rocket Baby, wow, you've been subscribed for 16 months. Dude, that's a long time. Oh man, it's up to the community to just tell them, you know, hey, you guys got to do this. Because Halo Studios is very turtled up. That's the term I use. They don't really interact with the wider content creators quite as much as 343 did, which I think is deliberate. On one hand, it makes things a little bit more mysterious and exciting. On the other hand, it does mean sometimes it's a little bit harder to get a feel for what they're doing or where their mindset is in regards to like community feedback and stuff like that.
But I've isolated approach signatures for multiple CCS class battle groups. Make it 3 capital ships per group.
Oop, ad time. Be right back. I'm terrified about it. I just love the CE AI. I like the Combat Evolved AI too. I love it a lot too. I still think Combat Evolved has the best character animations, I think, outside of Halo Infinite. Or maybe not the best, like, because there's going to be some people who disagree. It has my favorite character animations outside of Halo Infinite. Like, the elites running, the jackals, the grunts, and everything. All the games after that have been sort of, if we wanted to nitpick, a little bit wonky. Oh, it's actually the game audio is just super low? Okay, should I turn it up a little bit? Is that good? We like that? You guys can hear that? 3 minutes of Twitch ads.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
That's some stupid juice. Talking about the enemy AI. I also think that, like, as far as, like, the AI goes, I talked to a modder a while ago about that, and he's of the opinion that Combat Evolved's AI compared to Halo 2 and 3 is genuinely more intelligent sometimes. And as weird as this sounds, it's because they have less decisions that they have to make at any given time. Like the elites, you know, to be specific, in Halo 2, the amount of choices that the elites have to do at any given moment is, like, dramatically bigger than Halo Combat Evolved due to, you know, like, the size of the environments, the complexity and density of the environments, the amount of physics objects. Like, it's why, like, the elites, you'll see them get stuck, like, you know, they're looking at you and they decide to instead hop onto a box and then hop off and then run around the box and then take cover. Like, they do very silly stuff like that, and it's not because, like, AI is stupid and bad and dumb. It's more that it's got too much on its mind. So it's making too many choices, and it just kind of, like, gets confused and makes the wrong one more often. Where in Combat Evolved, it's relatively simple, but because those choices are simple, it tends to make the smart choice more often than not. So it's like the illusion, I guess you could say, of intelligence. Use mouse to look around. What if I... Good. There we go. Okay. Let me make sure that the game is locked to 60 FPS. Okay. We should be golden.
Monitors online, sir.
Vital signs
Hey,
are
Switch
normal.
Boy.
No freezer burn.
Dude, thank you for the bits,
Okay,
man.
sir. Go ahead and climb out of the cryotube.
How are you? Are you playing Resident Evil Requiem day one? Probably not day one, but I'll definitely be getting it at some point. It looks good. Leon looks great. I'm playing through the Resident Evil 4 remake, and I can see why people were very happy about it. It took a little while for me to get used to how different it is, but now I get it. It's quite a bit different. It leans way more into the horror vibe, I think, than the original, or at least the horror aesthetic it leans more into than the original. Makes, you know, pretty much everything across the board a little bit more dramatically horror. But now that I know what it's going for, I actually quite like it.
Okay. Try looking up and down again, please. Do you want me to leave it like that, or
You know, there's a funny story.
I'll leave the pitch normal.
When I was little,
Change it yourself later.
I can't remember what the game was, but I wasn't paying attention, and it inverted my controls. And I played the game for quite a long time with the inverted controls before, you know, my memory card had to get a new memory card. You know, restarted my save file and stuff. And then I played that same game over again, but with normal look controls. But I was just thinking, what would have happened if I never got, you know, if that was just it. I probably would have grown up playing inverted.
All right. Shield read is fully charged.
Okay, sir. Bring them down to test the automatic recharge.
Ugh. What does Halo, Sonic, and Resident Evil have in common, not just from a game design view? Extremely zealous fans. That's what I would say they have in common. I remember when CE was first released, I was pretty amazed with it at the time, and the gimmick of switching between old and new graphics, that literally was pretty cool. I hold nothing against Saber Interactive for crunching the development of the game, because, you know, Microsoft, shake my head. Oh yeah, no, Combat Evolved Anniversary, a controversial opinion that I hold, is that it is not nearly as bad as people like to say. A lot of the lens that people look at this remaster through is as an MCC title, you know? If you were to buy this for the Xbox 360 as an Xbox 360 title, this is, like, pretty good, I think. It's pretty good. The fact that they recreated the old Halo 1 menu for it, the skulls, the online co-op play, scoring and timing. There's a lot of things about this that made it really, really cool. Back on the 360, that is. It also helps that I think this is probably the best looking Halo game on the Xbox 360. I'm not talking about the art direction, okay? That's a completely different story. I'm talking purely from, like, a graphical texture, like what I am seeing on the screen looks better, I think. And a huge chunk of that is probably because the physics are so primitive in this game. Like, there's pretty much no environmental physics objects. So they didn't, you know, exactly have to worry about too much. As well as, like, the actual geometry of the game is very simplistic. No, it isn't the best looking. It is! Like, graphically speaking, this is the... Like, that Keys looks better than Keys looked in Halo Reach.
With those odds, I'm content with 3. Make that 4 kills.
It looks sterile and characterless. What you're referring to is art direction.
So you did miss me.
You're confusing the actual graphical makeup of the game with the art direction of the game. And I agree, the art direction of the game is very confused, muddy, and sterile looking. Not even sterile looking, it just looks messy. Like, really, really messy. Graphically, though, what I am seeing, individual things in this game look much better than they did in the other Halo games.
With all due respect, sir, this war has enough dead.
No, I'm not. You are. I'm telling you, you are. Are you forgetting Halo 4 was on the 360? No, I'm not. I know Halo 4 is on the 360. And I'm still saying this looks much better than Halo 4 did. Like, have you ever just, like, found a random character in Halo 4 and just got close to them? It's like Blur City, you know? The textures are compressed to hell. Like, Halo 3 unironically had better looking materials in a lot of areas than Halo 4. Just because of how heavily compressed Halo 4 is. I just followed you, and bro, your YouTube videos are just preem, says XZiggyX. I appreciate that, man. That's very kind of you to say. Welcome to the Twitch stream, man. We're just going to be playing through Halo Combat Evolved the Anniversary. Currently, I've got the YouTube chat open, and I'm arguing with them. Hang on. Let me scroll up. Say Chief Leon and Sonic. Switch places. Chief in Raccoon City, Sonic on Zeta Halo, and Leon in Green Hill. How would they fare? How would they survive? I would put money on Leon dying really fast if he was in Green Hill Zone. Because Green Hill Zone operates on, like, Looney Tunes logic, cartoon logic. It's got, like, cartoon robots that are running around. It's got these insane slopes and loop-de-loops and stuff. Like, if you were a human being transported into the world of, like, any Sonic level, you'd feel like you're in a nightmare dimension. Because it's like, there's, like, floating gold rings. There's these dash pads littered everywhere. There's, like, cartoony, bouncy things. Like, nothing makes any sense. Would Halo work in third person? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I think Halo would be a lot of fun in third person. I think Halo Infinite kind of showed how seamlessly Halo's gameplay can translate into the third person. Captain Keys. It's good to see you, Andrew. Something I saw for the first time a year ago with CE AI is how they look at each other. Seeing a grunt and a turret follow others as they walk around and goofed off, it was a strange realization. Oh yeah, I like the way that and it's not just Combat Evolved. It's also, you know, any of the future Halo games. Just see they like follow you. They look at you if you can catch their attention.
I gave you an order, soldier. Get off this ship.
Yeah, like this doesn't look very good, this character design, and it doesn't help that he's been attached to animations for a completely different looking character model, which makes him look even goofier. Like, he's got the weird, like, way that he's standing. But the textures, the materials, the face, this looks much better than Halo 4's assets. Just the problem is they're animated like shit, because they're supposed to be attached to these guys. The ODST game I dream about is fixed camera angles. Oh man, a Halo game with fixed camera angles would be really cool. And have those new Mombasa cameras as the filter, and you can walk around a flood-infested city. That's a good idea, actually, for a flood horror game. Trying to contextualize the fixed camera angles is that it's like security cams and stuff. Yeah, and you could do an ODST aesthetic. This may be a weird idea, but I believe they should remake Halo CE in the Unreal Engine with a bunch of 5 and Infinite assets. Lowered Crosshair. Hey, you shut up. Lowered Crosshair is great. Well, if you think Lowered Crosshair is so bad, why don't you play your own Halo?
Those Marines could use some help, Chief. Do what you do best.
Flood horror, how iconic!
Follow me. You like that?
I do agree that if they held Halo 4 on the Xbox One, it would be better than the 360. Oh yeah, Halo 4 is a game that is just so compromised on the 360. Like, oh my god. Anything from, like, environmental interactions, you know, like having to limit the amount of physics objects in any given environment, making the playable spaces smaller, making trees and foliage completely static and unresponsive, you know, and then getting rid of the grunt backpacks exploding, like, all of that stuff for Halo 4, it's really frustrating, because Halo 4 could have looked great if it was released on the Xbox One instead of the 360. Because then they wouldn't have had to make all of those sacrifices and cutbacks. Like, one of the big things that I think helps Halo 4 a lot is when you inject ambient occlusion via reshade, because that's another thing that Halo 4 actually had to cut from the game that Halo Reach had, was ambient occlusion. It's kind of like, didn't Gears 3 also have to cut ambient occlusion from Gears 2? In my opinion, Halo 4 is a very bad-looking game. I wouldn't say it's very bad-looking. I think Halo 4 is great-looking. Like, me saying that this looks better than most of the... Like, okay, just look at those shadows already. When the elites dance into the light, and you can see, like, all the little characters casting their own shadows onto the ground and stuff. Like, in a Bungie-era Halo game, like, I'm talking Halo 3 ODST, I forgot the limit to how many entities on screen at any given time could actually cast shadows, but it was pretty limited, and usually it was reserved for the biggest AI on screen. So it was like only the brutes would get shadows. Everyone else just had no shadows. They were just floating there. Look at that. Look at how they're blended into the into the darkness that way. You wouldn't have that in, like, Halo Reach. They would look almost like they're glowing a little bit, just due to the lighting setup that Bungie-era Halo games had. And again, I'm not praising the art direction of Combat Evolved Anniversary. I'm just saying, graphically, that looks more impressive than any of the other Halo games on the 360. It's just that the other Halo games had better art direction, so they looked just more pleasing aesthetically. It didn't even matter if this game was graphically better looking. You know, Halo 3, ODST, Reach, and 4 all looked more vivid and more coherent, because at times Combat Evolved Anniversary is I mean, like, look at how many just panels and textures and lines there are everywhere. Probably looks even worse at 720p, which I think the 360 version ran at. LNG, shouldn't you raise that crosshair since Combat Evolved head-centered crosshairs? You are right. You are right. If I want to play it as... You're right. See, that's how you get me. Let's play it as intended. Not with Halo 5 in its art direction. I think Halo 5 looked more cohesive artistically than this. I mean, I think the Forerunner stuff in this game looks better than the Halo 5 Forerunner stuff. But, you know. No, you know what? I will say this. The outdoor environments in this game, I think, look better than the outdoor environments in Halo 5. Halo 5 had this strange plastic look to it.
They're using our lifeboat airlocks to attach their boarding craft. We go out and they come in.
Oh, the Combat Evolved. Okay, so word on the street is the Combat Evolved remake might be releasing this summer. You know, because there is a certain game coming out, a 6th game in a series that is, you know, gonna make a shit ton of money and completely consume this holiday season. Talking about Grand Theft Auto 6, that's gonna be coming out in November, which is the same month that the remake was supposed to come out in. So what they're gonna do is they might just release the Combat Evolved remake this summer, and I'm very worried about that. Because what we played last December, as cool as it was rough. And it had just gotten into a playable state. It was so rough that a lot of things were not ready in time for the demo. A lot of various visual effects, AI systems and stuff like that. There was just... It was in a rough state, and... I am very nervous about a summer release, because that means they're going to be moving it up by a couple of months and potentially rushing it. So any changes that maybe could have been made might not be made. And it's just... I hope that that's not true. I hope something bad happens to Grand Theft Auto. Like, I hope it has to be pushed back to next year. It's definitely going to be a game. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto 6 is probably going to be a video game. Like, I'm sure it's going to be incredible. I'm sure it's going to be one of the biggest games ever. It's probably going to be insanely successful, and the production value is going to be out of this world, but I just don't care. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Halo can't stop taking L's, to be honest. It's very frustrating. I'm very tired, boss. I'm very tired, boss.
The life pods are
I
launching.
just want Halo to have a win.
Warning, the blast door is closing. The Covenant are destroying the life pods.
And honestly, I feel like Halo could have a win if it wasn't trapped with Microsoft.
Follow the nav point. It will lead you to an opening.
I still haven't played a single GTA game. You should play Red Dead Redemption.
I'm detecting Covenant movement outside the access ways.
I just want a fun
Activating
Super
motion
Soldier
detector.
game.
Let's find a
You'd
safe
like
exit.
Crisis.
We're too
That's a
close.
fun
We
Super
need to
Soldier
find
game.
another route.
The remaster runs really well on the console.
We need to get through
They
the door.
tweaked the controls to make it feel very comfortable with the controller. It would be nice to see a properly realized version of Halo 4 without compressed textures and with the Covenant weapons utilizing their Halo 5 models as intended instead of Reach asset flips that we got. Yeah, I'm surprised folk haven't like gotten to work on that, you know? Like, one of my dreams is if I was to do a Halo mod, as crazy as this sounds as the guy that doesn't like Halo 4, it would be fun to port Halo 5's assets into Halo 4, you know, tastefully. Because some, I think, do look better in Halo 4 than their 5 versions. But just trying to kind of, like, get Halo 4 into a spot where it feels like this is aesthetically the direction they were trying to go in. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption looks cool. Red Dead Redemption is very cool. The first game is awesome. The Zombies expansion is amazing. It's amazing. It's pretty much a spin-off game. It's so big. But Red Dead Redemption 2 is, like, genuinely one of the greatest games of all time. I mean, if you need your fix on a Super Soldier experience, Space Marine and its sequel might be worth playing. Oh, Warhammer? I haven't actually played that one yet. Once the Warhammer Brainworm comes back to hit me, I'll probably get into it. Right now, I'm on a From Software Brainworm. I don't have Armored Core yet, but I've heard it's amazing. Do not have the Dark Souls remaster, because I am stubbornly, like, trying... I'm, like, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, I want to play through the Dark Souls series, because I haven't. I've started Dark Souls 1 many times, started Dark Souls 3 many times, but never actually played through them, and now I'm like, okay, I've got the 360 version of Dark Souls. Should I play that, or should I just plug my nose and do the remaster, even though the remaster changes, like, a lot of the atmosphere and, you know? Probably because people are more interested in ham-fisting Bungie assets into Halo 4 to make it better. To hell with that noise, I'd do the inverse. Yeah, the remasters of Halo 4 that just throw in random Bungie assets, they... Like, look, I'm not the biggest fan of the art direction of Halo 4 either, but it's not it's basically like Combat Evolved Anniversary. It's not... It doesn't look good aesthetically if you're just taking a bunch of different games with a bunch of different aesthetic goals in mind, and you're just shoving them into Halo 4 without tweaking the environments as well, you know? Because Halo 4, like, the environments are all that Reclaimer Saga aesthetic, but you're holding, like, a Halo 3 assault rifle, and you're firing at a Halo Reach grunt, or something like that, you know? It doesn't look good. It looks very messy. Is there even such a thing as a good remaster of any video game? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Dead Rising had a fucking great remaster. Not the remake or whatever you want to call it. The re-release of Dead Rising, where they like updated it, ported it to like modern systems and PC and stuff. I'm not talking about the most recent Dead Rising thing, where they like completely remade it in the Unreal Engine.
I knew it. The autumn's accelerating. Keys is going in manual.
Oblivion Remaster was good. I think Oblivion Remaster, like, regardless of how, you know, individuals might feel about, like, the art direction changes, I feel like the pros of the Oblivion Remaster outweigh the cons.
We'll be fine.
If I still had fingers,
Armored Core 6 is amazing. That's what I keep hearing. I don't have it on Steam. Hopefully one day. System Shock 2023, that was a good remake. Metroid Prime Remastered, yeah, Metroid Prime Remaster is another good one. I played San Andreas to 100% completion, and I feel as though I've gotten the gist of the series, and I'm perfectly content with not playing any other open-world Rockstar title except for maybe Bully. I'd give Red Dead Redemption a try. At least Red Dead Redemption 2, since it's a prequel.
Last. Are you all right?
Red Dead Redemption 2 is just so, like,
Yeah,
unique.
there's nothing we can do.
Like, okay. Not to, you know, talk about graphics and stuff. This
Warning.
does not feel like Halo 1, the remake, or the remaster, you know. This doesn't give Halo 1 the colors, the locale and everything. But you'd have to be genuinely, like, medically blind, right? If you said that this doesn't look good. Especially on the Xbox 360. This looks very good. Look at that water. Look at the glistening on the water. That looks great. Look at the fucking clouds, man. That looks awesome. Like, that looks like real-life clouds look, man. Doesn't look anything like Halo 1 is supposed to look, but that's good looking. And if you had an Xbox 360, yeah, you were probably like, holy shit, graphics have come such a long way. It looks good, but the colors are too warm. They are too warm, and I'll say it again. Yes, it doesn't look like Halo 1. Yes, it doesn't look like Halo 1. Yes, it doesn't look like Halo 1. But it's a good-looking 360 game. Look at that. Look at the shadows from the trees, man. No, they're from those plants up there, aren't they? Not the trees, because the sun's over there. I don't care about GTA either. Okay, I thought it was just me. Come on, let's shoot down this thing. Hot take, but Crysis 3 is the best Crysis. What are your thoughts on Borderlands late night? As a fan of Halo and Borderlands, we keep taking L's. No new content, no communication suck. I understand why you think Crysis 3 is the best one. My favorite Crysis is Crysis 1. But I understand exactly why you think Crysis 3 is the best. And if my personality and tastes were slightly different, I'd be in agreement as well. Crysis 3 feels like... So, Crysis 1, I think, is my favorite in the series, jank and all. Crysis 2, I think, is... Like, Crysis 2 is also good. I've softened up on Crysis 2 quite a bit over the years. It feels a little too much like it took what was cool about Crysis 1 and simplified it. Crysis 3, though, feels like it is trying to bridge the gap between, like, the almost immersive sim elements of Crysis 1 and the more linear console-focused direction of Crysis 2, and it just, like, merged them together into Crysis 3. And it did it very, very well. But what are my thoughts on Borderlands? I do not like Borderlands. I think it is an annoying franchise. But that's just me. But yes, I've seen that Borderlands 4 has unfortunately not gone down that well, and that's very disappointing to hear. Because, like, even as somebody who doesn't like Borderlands, I understand that Borderlands 3 was a dramatic step down from Borderlands 1, and especially Borderlands 2. Like, Borderlands 3 was not it, Chief. And Borderlands 4 seemed to be making all the right choices, at least pre-release. And then Randy Pitchford told everyone that it's their own fault for not having good PCs and requiring frame gen to get to 60 frames per second.
Don't worry, Sergeant. We'll stay here until evac arrives.
Heads up! I got a covenant dropship heading in! Over here!
I'm gonna hop off. I just can't take the stream chat too seriously. Don't do that. I hope you're doing okay, buddy. I get the impression that this purported summer release for Campaign Evolved is probably gearing up for flighting rather than full release. You know what? I would reckon you might be onto something with that, because they have talked about flighting. Like, they specifically want PS5 folk to sign up on the Insider program, right? Yeah, okay, you just mentioned that. Yeah, given that flighting sign-up site was updated to include PlayStation. Yeah. You might be onto something. Randy was the worst thing to happen to the series. Yeah, I don't even know what Randy Pitchford's involvement is with Borderlands. Like, I don't know how hands-on he is. I can't imagine he's very hands-on. Because he's what, the CEO of Gearbox? What's Randy Pitchford's personal role at Gearbox? Because he's not game director. He's not even, like, producer, right? So he can't have, like, complete control over Borderlands. Like, he's not the one who's sitting there and like, you gotta do it like this. You know, he's running a company. He's running a company in a very cringe, very public way, but it's very damaging for the products that, like, Randy Pitchford is so unlikable, like, as a person, so uncharismatic. And he keeps getting out there, and then people assign blame to the products, even the ones he had very little personal involvement in. He's the CEO of Gearbox's parent company. Okay. Yeah, so he did not have his fingers in the pies, so to speak, of the Borderlands games. Like, that's just, as a CEO, he'd be stretched a little bit too thin. And it also would not be his role to be in control of the games. But he should have just, like, shut up and not lectured people about game performance, you know? Like, just shut the fuck up and promise that there's gonna be optimization fixes for the game. You know, don't mock people for expecting your shitty fucking game to be performing. And it's not even like Borderlands has ever been a performance series. Like, quite literally every single game in the Borderlands franchise was notorious at release for how unoptimized and buggy it was. Like, Borderlands 1 required a fan-made patch to have a field of view slider. Yeah, there you go. You can't hide from me. LNG, did you grind high guard? Okay, so oh, Woodgrump. Yeah, Woodgrump's hopping out. Is the fishing game working? I have not played high guard. You know why? See, at first, I was actually planning to stream high guard. I was like, okay, we gotta milk this, right? It's the price of nothing, and maybe I could make a few bucks on a stream playing this game. But then I saw that you have to load the game up with dual boot enabled. And I have never done dual boot before. I own Battlefield 6 on the Xbox. I do not own it on PC. I have no games that require dual boot. And, I mean, there will come a day where there will be a game that I'll have to play in dual boot, you know? Just because I like the game and I'm like, okay, you know what, fine, we'll do it. But high guard? No. I'm not gonna learn something new so that I can play high guard, you know? I don't care how easy dual boot is. Like, it's high guard, you know? Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not learning a new skill for high guard, man. No fish is off? Okay.
Anybody read me? Repeat. Any UNSC personnel respond. Roger, Echo 419. This is
How about
Fire
now?
Team Charlie. We read you. Is that you, Fohammer?
Does fish work now?
Roger, Fire Team Charlie. Good to hear from you. Fohammer, we need transportation to the command shuttle.
Let's see if fish works.
Look, more lifeboats. They're coming in fast. If those lifeboats make it down, the Covenant are going to be right on top of them.
Fohammer, we need you to disengage
I don't
your
see anything
warthog.
being
The Master
fished.
Chief and I are going to see if we can save some soldiers.
Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on then with the fish game.
Okay, Charlie Team, Warthog deployed. Saddle up.
LNG, are you gonna stick with Windows 11 or switch over
Roger,
to a
Fohammer. Stand by
Linux?
to evac survivors
Oh
and
man,
transport
dude.
them to
Okay, so
safety.
Rebecca has been
Echo 419, staying
she's
on
been
station.
using her Steam
Fohammer
Deck
out.
quite a bit in desktop mode, And she likes Linux a lot. She likes Linux a lot. The more she uses it, the more she likes it. And with Windows 11 just feeling like it gets worse and worse with each update, like bizarre little performance issues, system lag, weird crashes here and there, and even like just some games suddenly not performing well, I'm feeling like the day will come where I will eventually switch over to Linux and never look back. Yeah, fishing's not working, guys. I'm sorry.
This
My
cave
Twitch
is not a natural
viewers.
formation. Someone built it.
VB379. I've got a fun idea. Why don't you tell me what games you've been playing? So, since we don't have fish, we got to find other ways to entertain ourselves.
We should show them who they're dealing with. Master Chief,
You can
I'm going to
debloat
use your
Windows
suit's
11 and
transcom
also
system
avoid
to monitor
Windows
their
updates
chatter.
if it's too hard to switch over. The thing is, it feels like there's so many bugs already in Windows 11 that, like, I'm not comfortable with any version of Windows 11, you know? Because I want bug fixes. Like, I can't sit put because this current version of Windows 11 sucks. But I'm also, like, worried about updates because they'll fix a couple of things and then break a shit ton of other things, you know? And it doesn't help that stupid, useless loaf, Satya, what's his name, Nutella, that he just comes off like a loon that doesn't get it. Like, he's in over his head. He has to run Microsoft. He has to make the shareholders happy. The AI boom is currently going on, and he just doesn't know how to prioritize the company. And he's taking it in the completely wrong direction. I'm still using Windows 10 since I'm too lazy to learn any other operating system. Windows 10 is great. I miss Windows 10 a lot. Is this a natural cave? No, this is not a this cave is not a natural formation. It's not. Believe it or not, this cave might be artificial. What do you guys think of the Forerunner stuff in Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary? Like, listen, okay, it doesn't look like Halo 1. It doesn't, right? Isolated from that. The assets. Like, if you were to take this thing here, and you could rip it out of the game and put it somewhere else. Same with this. If you could just rip this out of Halo 1 and put it in a hypothetical future Halo game. What do you think of this look for Forerunner architecture? I don't mind it. It reminds me a lot of, like, Forge World from Halo Reach. Like, it gives Reach a lot of the Forerunner architecture in Combat Evolved Anniversary. Overwatch 2, Warface, Clutch, and Halo Infinite for my multiplayer fix, and I've been playing Final Fantasy lately. How is Overwatch 2? Rebecca saw that there's a Sanrio collab going on for Overwatch 2 that looks very cute. And okay, what's up with Warface Clutch? Because I played Warface a while ago. Also, like, the game's called Warface. Let's get it out of our systems. That's hilarious. But I saw that it's called Warface Clutch now. What's that about?
The captain really gave them hell.
Why was Clutch added as a subtitle? Dude, I remember when Warface was coming out in, like, 2013, wasn't it? It's crazy that it's still going on. Overwatch 2 is just Overwatch now? They dropped the 2? Oh my god. So what was the fucking point? What was the point of doing an Overwatch 2? I don't get the Halo community. They whine about everything. The reason the Halo community whines is because they're bored. They're very bored. If they had a game that they'd be grinding, and a game that they are compelled by, then they would not be whining quite so much. And if they had more consistently good releases, I think. And I don't even think the releases need to be like, oh my god, they need to be like Bungie Halo games. They just need to be like really fun shooters or fun action games or something, you know? We just need like Halo games that we can chalk up as wins.
Here comes more.
Would look fine with darker lighting. Assets are decent enough. Yeah, like the assets are pretty good. You know, obviously a lot of the issues just come from like the environments and the art direction. Like that beam tower looks pretty cool. It looks like the ones from Halo Reach that you can find on Forge World.
There are some Marines hiding in the hills above the structure.
LNG, do you think Halo Studios will have any time to implement feedback for Combat Evolved? I hope. I'm worried that they won't. Oh, you want to see something kind of weird? Hang on. Where is it? Where'd the gun go? Where'd the gun go? It was literally just here, the gun. Look, I'm switching to the old graphics to see if I can find it. Did it, like, bounce away?
Nice to see you, sir.
Hang on.
What is your problem?
Ah! Give me a second. Come on. I need... It's okay. He's fine. He's sleeping. If you look in the anniversary, like, in Combat Evolved Anniversary, for some reason, the sniper rifles, like, blueprint, you can see there at the top of the screen where it says hold B to swap for, and then the assault rifle. So, the remaster uses the Halo Reach model. But the HUD icon is the Halo 3 model, for some reason. Like, it's just the wrong sniper rifle model. I don't know. It's just something I noticed. And I had to quickly get that off my chest. Overwatch 2 is now just Overwatch again. My favorite character in Overwatch was Mercy. Because I really liked being behind the action. Like, there, you know, all the people that rushed, like Diva and stuff like that, who were really good at putting damage in and just kind of breaking through defensive lines. Like, I wasn't great at that. I liked being Mercy. I liked staying kind of behind all of the tanks and just making sure everyone was, you know, everyone had their heal up. You know, people were freshly stocked on health. But then I remember there was some patch where they just completely changed how Mercy played. And it was the first time they had ever just completely changed a hero's toolkit. And that was it. That's when Overwatch lost me. When they just completely changed the way that the game played. At least for one of the characters. And I haven't looked back since. They keep adding new heroes, and I just keep feeling like... I don't know. I would be so happy if there was... Well, there is, I guess. What I'm about to describe is literally just Team Fortress 2. I would love a hero shooter where it releases and that's it.
We read you, Echo 4.
Like, that's it. You know, the heroes are just there. No new heroes are being added.
On my way. I've spotted additional lifeboats in your area. One near a rock
It looks
slide.
cute? Overwatch?
And another near the cliff
Or
edge. Hard to see from my altitude, but
Team
it looks
Fortress.
Like there are more survivors. Acknowledged.
What are your thoughts
We're on our
on
way.
Team Fortress 2? So I have never played enough Team Fortress 2 to have a solid opinion. I've only ever played it, like, with other friends who say, hey, do you want to play Team Fortress 2? But Team Fortress 2 seems like a hell of a lot of fun. It's just, I look at all the movement tech in that game, And it seems very stressful to get into today. Chief does what he wants. The Magneto of Overwatch, but I got into the Grandmaster on Marvel Rivals recently.
Survivors detected. Marines are concealed in those rocks.
I don't know what that means, Rocket Baby, but I assume that that's good, and I'm very proud of you, man. I'm very proud of you. Proud of you, champ. Aren't they adding like five heroes to Overwatch? Warface Clutch wasn't really much of a change other than the name itself, but Warface RU had a collab with Atomic Heart, but the intentional Warface PC and console never got the collab. What's Warface RU? Russia? Is that what it stands for? Russia? Is there a completely different version of Warface for Russian audiences? I guess Russia is weird, right? And they're like super strict and Overwatch. Yeah, Overwatch does look cute. The Sanrio collab looks very cute. Maybe we should try playing it someday. Right now, though, we are locked into Stardew, to Monster Rancher, to at least for me, Elden Ring. Guys, I finally got to what's his name? Godric the Grafted? Is that his name? Like, okay, so the castle, oh my god, so back when Rebecca and I first began dating, you know, Elden Ring came out, and I played it quite a bit, but it was mostly in that starting area in Limgrave, and then I got to Margit the Fell Omen, and I was stuck. And then, you know, life things happen. You know, got married, got engaged, moved, then got married, you know, and just like a bunch of life stuff began happening. I have recently returned to Elden Ring years later, and I finally beat that bastard on the bridge, and I got to the castle, and then I was confronted by a monster king with like 1,000 limbs. And that happened to me last night, and all day today, while I've been working and editing, in the back of my head, I've been thinking, how the fuck am I gonna kill that king? He has like 46 arms. Oh, I missed 2? Shit. Okay. Hang on. Hang on, let me go back up. I get the impression that this purported summer release for campaign... Oh, wait, I already said that. Missed before Higgins. Oh, I missed before Higgins? No, I read that. Missed before Higgins. Randall Greaselord Pitchford is the guy who said, I love a good joke. I mean, for fuck's sake, I own the Duke Nukem franchise. Oh. That's... Okay, Duke Nukem does suck. Like, unironically, I think Duke Nukem is not actually that valuable as a franchise. But that's in poor taste. Also, Randy Pitchford. The only funny thing I've seen related to Overwatch recently is that collab video Mercy's voice actor made with Robin Atkin Downs, Team Fortress. She did a voice collab with the Team Fortress 2 medic. That's funny. What the hell? I didn't know that. You know, I think I would like playing the medic in Team Fortress 2. Randall Pitchfordson. It just, oh my god. And, like, this is coming as somebody who is a socially awkward guy who has trouble reading the room a lot. Like, it's not... Randy Pitchford is a problem. Like, people need to take the mic away from that man. he's like, what's the opposite of like marketing? Like when he shows up on screen to pitch things, no pun intended, like they lose sales. If you want to sell the latest Gearbox game, do not under any circumstances let Randy Pitchford be the guy who shows it. I stopped playing Overwatch when they promised a PvE game mode and just canceled it and said, never mind, LOL. Well, it's a little bit more complicated than never mind, LOL. It's like, we don't know how to get this done. They promised it before they knew how to get it done, which is the #1 mistake, which I empathize quite a bit with. I make promises sometimes, and after the fact, I'm like, fuck, why did I promise that? I don't have a plan. But yeah, I know. That was definitely, I think, a moment where a lot of people were just like, all right, see you later. I'm done. Have you watched the recent marketing for Marathon? I have. It's very good. It's very, very good. I really hope that Marathon is good. Like, I really hope that Marathon is good. Because extraction shooters are a shit ton of fun, and having another extraction shooter would be very good, and, I don't want anybody to lose their jobs. I hope that Marathon works. Yes, and the marketing looks very good, the recent ads and stuff. I think they changed their product manager recently, and it shows, because the marketing for Marathon is very different now. Like, before, the way that they were marketing Marathon, they almost made it seem like it was just like a shitty Apex-like game, like all the marketing was like characters sliding around and like doing crazy headshots, or the thing every Bungie game trailer has, which is a guy has an automatic weapon, and he's shooting at the guy in front of him, then he looks to the right or to the left, and switches to a sniper rifle and zooms in on a guy and nails the headshot. And it's like, it's in every single Bungie trailer, a moment like that. The switching, kill the guy in front of you, switch to the sniper rifle, nail a long-distance headshot. And they haven't been doing that stuff lately. Needlers are super dangerous in this game. They are. They are very dangerous.
The cavalry has arrived.
The Needler is unironically a really good flood weapon in this game. Because, when the shards from the Needler, when they shatter, those are technically mini explosions. So if you fire maybe 1 or 2 needles into a crowd of floodlings, and the needles pop, it destroys the entire crowd of them. So it's actually pretty good at taking them on. Am I crazy, or should there be one more Covenant man?
We should make sure the area is clear of Covenants.
Oh yeah, he's hiding over there. Why didn't he approach? Is that everyone? Yep, okay. The one you didn't read was while we were discussing GTA. I got the gist of the open world series from playing in San Andreas, and I don't feel like playing any other open world. Did I not read that? I thought I did read that. I think I did. Did I read that, like, in my head and just forgot to read it out loud? Because that might have happened. I did see that. I apologize for that, Andrew. I did see that message, and I internalized it, probably. Andrew, I would give Red Dead a try if you haven't. Also, today's episode was good. Oh, you re-listened to the Warthog Radio with Hidden, and you liked the new episode of Warthog Radio? Yeah, Warthog Radio is back in action, man, after the holiday season. Episode 17. Episode 17. Isn't that crazy? I do believe Overwatch wouldn't have the perk system in Stadium mode if it wasn't for Marvel Rivals. Yeah, didn't they add like a third-person mode to Overwatch that is very different? LNG, if it makes you feel better,
Warning.
I don't see
I picked up
anyone
reports
using
that the
movement
Covenant
tech
is
in Team
located
Fortress
and
2. Most
secured
servers
to
are just
where
people
Autumn's
goofing
crash
around. Is that the case?
Good news is the
If so, then I'll give it a look then. I saw this. It was this Team Fortress YouTuber that made a video talking about, you know, it was like one of those like the downfall of Team Fortress 2 or something like that. And
maybe they took cover in that structure.
maybe it was him comparing other games to Team Fortress 2 or something. It was like Overwatch versus Team Fortress 2 or something. And it was a Team Fortress 2 YouTuber, and he was like, what makes Team Fortress 2 special is the movement tech. And then he was doing insane things that I can't even describe it. He was flying around the map as like the soldier class. Just flying. And I had no clue what he was doing, how he was achieving it, and it made me really not want to get into Team Fortress 2 because I was scared I was going to be up against people like that. But if you're saying it's not actually like that, that it is more of like, you think of like the way it was intended to be played, then I will have to most definitely give it a try then. And there isn't much of a botting problem anymore, right, in Team Fortress 2? Thousands, tens of thousands of hats. If we don't get the classic Banshee, I'm going to spit in my eyes. In your own eyes? And I hate to tell you, I think it's going to be the Halo Reach Banshee, unfortunately. That's going to be the one they're going to use in the remake. There we go. They can't. I'm afraid they will. They will. Because that's... Ever since Bungie introduced that boring-ass Banshee design in Halo Reach, it's been downhill ever since. No, I know the artist that actually did the Reach Banshee. I want to reach out, actually, and ask him some insight about what influenced the design change for the Banshee in Halo Reach. My theory is that it was about making it more aerodynamic, more realistic. You know, make it seem more like a craft that can actually fly. But LNG, does your apartment have inclement weather? Yes, it's almost like the... Oh, man, what's the quote? God, I can't remember the quote now. It's almost like it was... They wanted it to have inclement weather. Yeah, Our place of residence is an artificial structure. Orbiting a massive gas giant.
I've called for an evac.
Roger that. Marines, assemble for evac, pronto!
You guys see that? There's so many weird graphical bugs in Combat Evolved Anniversary like that. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's been going on in Combat Evolved's Anniversary graphics that were 100% not part of the original release. And I mean, you know, which is par for the course with the MCC. Bugs were introduced that were then not fixed. Not that I think people are going to care about Combat Evolved's Anniversary graphics, but...
New traffic on the Covenant BattleNet.
I wish
Found
those things could be
Captain Key.
fixed.
He's being held on a Covenant cruiser. The Truth and
Most Team
Reconciliation.
Fortress 2 movement tech
Ship
are
I disabled
holdovers from
before we
Quake,
abandoned
particularly rocket jumping with the soldier. Also, what makes the
Truth
Reach
and
Banshee so bad versus the
Reconciliation.
OG?
Touchdown on a desert
It's
plateau,
mostly
300 kilometers up
exaggeration for comedic effect. I don't think that badly about it. It's fine. It's okay. I do, though, like the OG Banshee better. Because I like the shape of it better, and I like the giant pods on the tips of each wing. The Reach Banshee, the wings are a little bit smaller, more jet-like, and there's much more focus on, like, the cockpit. Like, it's designed more like a jet-like thing, you know? I prefer how more weird and alien the older Banshee design was. We'll tell that to an alien saucer. Dude, if I ever made a sci-fi game, I've thought about this, by the way. I've thought about this quite a bit. If I were to make a sci-fi game, I even think, like, I have, like, this vision for a game in my head.
Once we get inside the ship, I should be
or
able to lock on to the
bits
tracking
of a
signal from
vision
Captain Key's
in my
neural
head.
implants.
And
Go, go, go! The core ain't paying
the
us by the hour.
aliens, like,
Stick
it
to the
would,
higher
you
ground
know,
to the right.
like, oh my god, because I'm so original as a Halo. Hey guys, guess if I'm a Halo fan or not. I would make a game about Space Marines fighting aliens.
I recommend
But
using your sniper rifle to take out the guns
I
with
really
high-caliber
want
Marine
somebody
support.
to bring back the flying saucer for aliens. Flying saucers are so fun, like little green men from Mars type aliens, you know? Ones that have, like, death rays, like a pistol-shaped thing that shoots lasers. You know, and they come down in flying saucers. Like, those kind of aliens are fun. I would love to see some high-budget video game or piece of media in the near future try to tackle Roswell-type aliens as, like, an invading force.
Alert! A Covenant is making.
Like,
lines
I'm
with
not
that
saying make them
stationary gun.
corny,
Take
you
them
know,
out.
like, take us to your leader. But, like, just take that and try to make it scary or intimidating. Roswell-type aliens. Hey, Andrew Brown. Did you know Arkham Origins pre-alpha leaked? Did it? The pre-alpha for Arkham Origins? Wasn't that the one not made by Rocksteady that people have kind of, like, reevaluated? I remember people trashed on it quite a lot when it came out, and now it seems like people are going... They're maybe reevaluating the game a little bit more. Which is cool. The Illuminate ships kind of fit that vibe. They do. They do. I like the look of the Illuminate a lot in Helldivers. The Illuminate are fucking awesome. Yeah, I love the Illuminate. They're very alien feeling. Those are the kind of aliens I really like. I really, really, really like the flying saucer type stuff. Hey man, I believe Bob Lazar. Who's Bob Lazar? LNG, I actually like how Fallout 3 did aliens and alien technology. Yeah, Fallout has really fun alien design. Like, see, in my idea for a game, the aliens, they would have, like bubble type things. Like, maybe, you know, that would be, like, a little bit too cartoony, so it would have to be slightly redesigned to be less of, like a astronaut bubble type thing. But it would definitely be, like, a glass thing, because they're on an alien planet, which is Earth, at least to them, alien. So they wouldn't be able to breathe. So they need a bubble so they can breathe. And if you land a headshot, see, my game also, no hit markers. No hit markers. Heavy focus on, like, in-universe visual effects and sound design to communicate damage. I would have it be like, you know, when you get a headshot on them, the bubble bursts, and it's like the aliens shrieking, and all the gas and like fluids from the suit spraying everywhere. So it would just be like a fountain of stuff when you land a headshot because you break open the pressure seal of their suit. And all of the weird alien environment stuff, and just, I don't know, oils, coolants, and tubes and stuff that's keeping their the environment comfortable in their suits. That also starts leaking and spraying out. I'm gonna be real honest. I've never finished Combat Evolved. The game's just way too slow. That's okay. Some people think that Combat Evolved is too slow. That's okay. You don't have to have finished every single Halo game to be a Halo fan. That's probably controversial to say. Bob Lazar is the UFO guy that worked at Area 51. Is he? Okay. I probably knew that once upon a time. I gotta refresh. Come on. LNG, have you played the XAM campaign for this, right? Is that the one that adds, like, AK-47s and stuff to Halo 1? I goofed around with it a little bit just to check out the weapons. It's fun. Like, it's cool. If you're asking if I played through it, I have not. But I thought it was very cool to see new weapons in the Halo 1 engine. His story is actually pretty interesting. Definitely look into him. Bob Lazar? Yeah. I'll look into that then. Sounds like it's going to be some fun reading tonight. I really like the Halo Reach Space Banshee. Oh, that was 100 years ago that you said that. Yeah, the Space Banshee looks really cool in Halo Reach. I like that one quite a bit. I guess it's the ones that are like designed for in atmosphere fighting. In Reach, where I prefer the old look, the one from the trilogy. My UFO aliens would be Nazis voiced by Nicholas Briggs, and they would only scream. Your aliens would be Nazis. Would this be like the Nazis made contact with alien life, and they now have become the aliens?
We're directly under the ship now. The Covenant use a gravity lift to move.
Have you ever played the CE VR mod? I have. I have played the CE VR mod. It's very trippy. Very, very, very trippy to play Halo 1. Like, in the world of Halo 1. Come on, you. Do you know how easy this level would be if they just gave you a Magnum? LNG love listening to Warthog Radio. Listen to it like it's NPR. That is such a compliment. I am honored that you hold Warthog Radio to that. That is if Rebecca is listening. That is a compliment to not just me, but also to her as the editor and producer of Warthog Radio. Watching LNG is tiring for me. Always have to exercise my my eye movement tech to avoid looking at the sad, strange little man in the corner. I'm not actually this small. I've just made the webcam view small and put it in the corner so that you can watch the gameplay. This does not reflect my actual size in the real world. The sad little man. Just like, could you imagine if I... All right, fellas. Just got my custom controller made for me. I used to have to jump on the buttons to press them. Not anymore. Today we're going to be playing Halo 1. Whoa, those grunts are huge. You know that bit in Doom, The Dark Ages? When you have to get into the giant robot? I wonder if that's what, like, a person that was only 4 inches tall, if that's what they think, like, a normal first person, this hypothetical person that's 4 inches tall, if they think that's what a first-person shooter is like. Every game is where you're in a giant robot. Just make yourself bigger, bro. Controller for mice. What is this? A controller for ants? We finally saw Zoolander. I cannot believe that I've gone my life without watching Zoolander. That movie is so good. It's so good, so quotable too. See? That's the reason your voice defaults to high-pitched Half-Life 1 silence. The little who makes dog butthole jokes. I make hundreds of jokes, but it's the dog butthole joke that you remember? So hey guys, this YouTuber that has 600, 700 videos on his YouTube channel, that's the dog butthole guy. He says they have the classic saucer. He calls it the sports model. This Bob Lazar guy? Okay, so as far as Area 51 conspiracy theories go, the conspiracy theory that I subscribe to is that there are no aliens. There was not a... okay, this alien race that made a ship capable of traversing outer space, that they just crashed. They just crashed here. Like, they crash landed. You know, they were able to leave their planet, enter our solar system, like, just as easily as getting into a car and driving up the street. Yeah, like, they crashed. Got it. I don't buy it. What I do think, though, is that the United States government allows and actually encourages and maybe even helps propagate alien theories because something else is happening at Area 51. And the longer people speculate that it's aliens, that they have aliens, the less they're going to be speculating about what it might actually be. And what it actually might be is something more earthly, something a little bit more warfare-based, and, you know, something most people would frown upon if they knew what it actually was. Those are my theories about what Area 51, what they got over there. That's the reason why his grunt impressions are so good, because I'm actually a very tiny man in the corner of the screen.
We're in. I've got a good lock on the captain's CNI terminal. No Covenant defenses detected.
Kill you!
What? There's no Covenant here. I think maybe nobody's home.
I agree. I think it's largely just experimental stealth fighters and stuff like that. Yeah, it's something that they would much prefer you be thinking is like aliens and magic and portals to other dimensions and stuff. That way you don't actually know what they're up to. There's a non-zero chance the bulk of all supposed alien craft sightings are actually Soviet-era spy craft. Like, I buy that more, because if Especially in the era of smartphone technology. Like, I'm sorry, you can't... Like, we see everything. If aliens were flying around, we would have already seen it by now, and it would have been captured in very good, high-quality footage. I just, like... I don't think aliens have been here yet, you know? And even worse, I've read a very disturbing theory that made me feel kind of like, I mean, it doesn't, like, make me, you know, like, okay, we're all doomed, but it definitely makes me feel more pessimistic, and the theory is basically creatures that have an instinct to expand and spread, they inevitably fall into infighting. You know, like, there's constant wars, there's constant conflict and stuff because you can't organically, safely just spread everywhere. You know, you see even ant colonies go to war with each other. So it was like... Basically, an alien, if there were to be a species that got to the point where they could develop space travel, they have the instinct to expand and spread. That's the only reason that they would be like, okay, well, let's see what's out there in the galaxy, you know? Like, a species that doesn't have that instinct, they'd reach some kind of critical mass, some kind of, you know, point of balance, and they'd be like, okay, we're fine here forever. And it's basically, you know, like, taking a look at, like, conflict and stuff in the human race, and they're like, well, if any species out there has the instinct to spread and expand, chances are they've already destroyed themselves via infighting. And that might be why we don't see aliens, because they might have fallen into civil war, because they've expanded on each other's own territories. And I'm like, that's scary. I don't want to think about that. Dude's just describing humanity. Yeah, I am just describing humanity, but it's basically saying, like, humanity is an interesting lens. And it's not just humanity, it's also just observing the way the animal kingdom works and stuff. You know, it's like there's some species where they just kind of, like, they have this... Their goal isn't really to expand. Like, they have this balance in an ecosystem, and they more or less stay in that part of the food chain. And they don't try to get... You know, they don't try to get any crazier. Like, they like where they are and they stay there. There isn't much movement in the food chain there. But ones that are a little bit more, like, expansionist, like, you know, ones that kind of, like, form colonies, tribes, like, looking at ants, and then on a bigger scale, like, humans, those are the ones that tend to have a lot of infighting and a lot of setbacks and stuff like that. And it was... basically saying, like, yeah, if there's realistically, if there was any species that was intelligent but felt the need to begin colonizing other planets, chances are the reason we haven't met them is because they've already destroyed themselves via civil war and infighting and stuff among their own nations. Or they are still fighting their own nations internally, and that's why they have not been able to get into space. I was like, that's scary. I'm going to stop reading this. Regarding the Banshee, how would you feel if it used the trilogy's pods on struts design, but the struts were the aerodynamic reach style ailerons? I've never seen that word before. I assume that's the kind of wing that a Banshee has. I prefer the way that the original trilogy Banshee looked. I preferred how long the wings were. I preferred how small the body was. It's a silhouette and a profile preference. But it's also, like, not, you know, actually a serious problem. Nah, I'm 100% on it just being aliens. I don't know, the Tic Tac video of the UFO going from 80,000 feet to sea level in a couple of seconds is nuts. I do not know what Tic Tac video you're referring to. Rebecca, though, so Rebecca is a lot less cynical than me. She has a more open mind. And also, the thing is, I kind of live with horse blinders on, which means Rebecca tends to notice things that I don't. So, I wonder what Rebecca thinks about aliens. The Pentagon released it. A jet pilot chased a UFO. I thought they called them, like, what do they call them? They call them something weird now, right? They don't call them UFOs. Because UFO is unidentified flying object. Don't they call them, like, unidentified aerial craft or something like that now? Have you guys ever seen this in the remake? So look at this. You can shoot through these. The reason why is because that's what the geometry actually looks like. Isn't that crazy? There is so much room to shoot at things. Uh-oh.
Cortana to Echo 419, requesting reinforcements at our position. Warhammer here, Cortana.
He was just tracking the object, not chasing it. You know what? I think I know the video you're talking about. I think I know that. Not gonna lie, I've been terrified of alien invasion media ever since I saw Man of Steel when Zod first contacts the world. Dude, that was such a terrifying scene. When he's like, "You are not alone," and he like, you know, this man who's able to traverse the stars and hack into Earth broadcasts deliberately decides to do it in the scariest way possible, the most unsettling visually. I'm interested in rewatching Man of Steel sometime soon. I remember not liking it for quite a few years, but I'd be curious to revisit it to see if my opinion has changed. Oh my god, did they miss a lot? No, they're... I just remember thinking Clark Kent's family was an asshole. Like, Pa Kent or whatever was like, no. Ma Kent was like, "You don't owe this world a damn thing." And then Pa Kent is, you know, he's like, "Should I have just let all those kids die?" And Pa Kent's like, "Oh, maybe." And I was like, that's stupid. That's very dumb. I remember, so one of the first things about Man of Steel that put me off, that made me think something's not right here, is when Clark Kent got out of the ocean, you know, after, like, you know, fucking around with the oil rig, and he saw a pair of clothes on a clothing line, and he just stole them. Like, they were another family's, you know, like, they hung their clothes up there to dry. Like, they were drying on the clothesline, and he crawled out of the water, saw them, and just stole them, and ran away with them. Like, he's like, "This is my shirt now. How convenient." I was like, that's Did Superman just steal somebody else's shirt? I feel like Superman would have knocked on the door and offered to chop a day's worth of logs in exchange for the clothes, you know? Have you seen the F-117? It's straight up UFO shaped. Is it really called the F-117? Ha ha ha! It's from our good friend Marilyn Lockheed. That's nuts. It does look like a UFO. Dude, it looks like a... What the fuck are those things in Halo 1? The little UNSC crafts that are flying around the Pillar of Autumn. That's nuts. It looks like a Halo 1 UNSC ship. That's insane. It looks like a Halo 1 asset. Is there a reason that it's so, like, I don't know how else to describe it, low poly? That's cool. That's cool, and it's called the F-117. Yeah, it looks like a longsword from Halo 1. Bro's not using dark mode. I could. I'm just lazy.
I'm going to access the Covenant BattleNet and locate an override code to open.
You know what? I'll do it right now so you stop making fun of me. Do it right now. If you want dark mode, I'll show you dark mode. Dark LNG is what I mean. Where is dark mode? Where's the option for dark mode? More tools. Search with Google Lens. Open Gemini in Chrome. What if I just ask the little chat bot? How do I make you dark mode? Okay, you know what? No, I give up. That's something I'm going to have to do later. No, I don't have to do anything. You're not the boss of me. You know what? It's staying in light mode. Chat is drunk. Longsword looks like a Sci-fi B2. Well, it probably looks like another ship. I'm just not well versed on, like, military aircraft. I'm just like, oh, you know, jets. Those look like Starscream from the Bayformers movies, right? I just lost the game. Fuck! Why'd I read that? Do you know how many years I've gone? Years have passed. And now I'm back at square one. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Saying you lost the game to somebody is like the most cruel thing you can do. It's been years, and I was fine until you just said that. So thank you. There we go. I didn't get the notification, and I'm crashing out with current FNAF lore.
Everyone should move through now.
It's shaped that way to absorb radar signatures and make it harder to detect. Interesting. That's cool. So there is a... So you're saying the real world has a low poly bias. That's what you're saying, right? My eyes! Mid-blitz is in here. How do you do, my Dr. Diet Kill? What did you do to my Dr. Diet Kill? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, buddy. Game lost. Why not game one? Shake my head. Wasn't blessed with plain autism. I just have the kind of autism that makes it hard to focus during tests. Yeah, I know. I'm like, man, I don't have the kind of autism that allows me to be extremely good at music, extremely good at math and stuff. I just have the kind of game autism that lets me absorb niche Halo facts and take way too long on editing a video about the players.
Going to call for reinforcements. There's no sense going in with anything less than full strength.
Cortana to Fohammer.
Did they just...
Need additional
Yeah, they
support
did.
troops. We're going to open the
For this
shuttle bay
hologram,
door
it's
again.
literally
Move
just
in
the,
and drop off reserve troops on my
it's
signal.
just the original,
I copy, Cortana.
hologram.
Echo 419
Though,
standing by for your
I
signal.
think the colors are bugged. For all I know, it could look like this in the original Combat Evolved Anniversary. You know, not the MCC version. It's just gray. Why is it gray? And it's not even like gray. Like, you can see that there's different gradients in there. It just looks like for some reason it's not colored. I'm gonna have to return to Combat Evolved Anniversary on the 360 and see if maybe that's like a bug or something. That's weird. Okay. Means it's not gonna change as much as... Yeah, okay. Yeah, dude. I am worried. I am worried about Combat Evolved Remake. If history repeats itself, it's probably not going to feel very faithful to Halo 1. And then Halo 2 might feel a little bit more faithful, but probably will not move people enough for them to want to get to work on a 3.
Roger. Echo 419 inbound.
People are ignoring flights again. People are ignoring flights, but you can't say I blame people. It's the flighting program, like, it takes a lot to get into the flighting program, you know? It involves you kind of going out of your way to do it, and then you have to do, you know, these surveys for them. And I totally get it if people are kind of like, I just kind of was hoping that the game would be good and finished. But on the other hand, they do kind of need people's help, you know, to make the game polished and good. It's just kind of like a messed up situation. Wait, did you get access to it when everyone else did? No. Is flighting stuff going on? I have never played the Combat Evolved Remake at home, if that's what you're asking. I played it at the event. Is that how people were able to get, like, really high-quality footage? How do you feel about the LNG live stream? Select a rating from 1 to 1. That's not at all what those surveys are like, by the way. The surveys are more along the lines of, like, how enjoyable is the LNG survey? Enjoyable? Pretty enjoyable? Or very enjoyable? They got access 2 to 3 weeks before the event for a day. Oh, that's fucked. So that's why they were able to get all that high quality footage uploaded so quickly. Okay. So when I was listening to Steve's recent interview, he mentioned how he was doing his remake lines. He made the example, I need a weapon. So I think he leaked that he did the lines for 2. He might have just used that as an example, but I know that, like, he... From what I understand, if the Combat Evolved remake does well, they're gonna go through with the whole trilogy. But from what I've heard, if this Combat Evolved remake is like, then that's it. They're just gonna do Halo 1. And I know somebody who told them, you know, if you don't nail this Halo 1 remake, you might as well close up shop. Because, like, you kind of have one shot at this, you know, with the whole Halo Studios rebrand and stuff. So if you've gotten to the point now where you can't even do new games, you have to remake the Bungie games, and if you can't do that well, you might as well close up shop. Which is harsh, but probably, you know, something a little swift kick in the ass, I guess. I'm optimistic. I think the Combat Evolved remake will be fine. Especially because if you look outside the Halo community, sentiment seems to be fairly positive. Like, if you look outside of the, like, okay, I love Moist Critical, I love Charlie, okay? Outside of, you know, stuff like Halo Studios is using generative AI, it's cooked, man, it's toast. Like, if you look outside of, you know, that kind of stuff, people seem excited about it. Like, really excited about it. Hidden Xperia didn't get access either, sadly. Okay, so that explains Luke's excitement about it. Yeah, they, what they're after is not, like, a popularity contest. Like, they're not thinking about, like, no pun intended, reach. When it comes to feedback-related stuff. They tend to look for niche parts of the Halo community and get feedback from those as a way to gauge how different aspects of the Halo community will feel. That's why, at least with Halo Infinite, folks like Hidden Xperia, even though he was, you know, the biggest Halo YouTuber, why he wasn't part of the Halo Infinite stuff. It's because it was more about, you know... God, that Moist Critical video pissed me off. Did no research whatsoever and used a clickbaity article title to clickbait for his videos. I don't think he clickbaits. It's just the game, you know, with YouTube. Like, Charlie, everything Charlie does is in good faith.
There are probably multiple detention stations. The captain must be in one of them. We need to keep looking for him.
Like, I believe all Charlie wants is for this remake to be really good. And you know he's gonna be streaming it when it comes out. My viewers said, Remy, they don't want you breaking out of the map and publishing it. And I'm like, yeah, that's fair. It is odd, though. Because you're, I'm feeling like, at least from, like, a feedback perspective, you'd be pretty decent for, like, speedrunning tech, right? Making sure that, like, all those familiar tricks are easy to pull off. See, this is something about the remake, actually, that the like, anniversary graphics, that is, I'm not the biggest fan of. I feel like the Covenant being pretty is a thing that started in Halo 3, whereas in Halo 1 and 2, Covenant stuff was always sort of, like, creepy a little bit. Like, when you first get into this Covenant ship in this game, it's like... You know, hallways are, like, dark. The music is, like, this weird, like, beep, 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 beep. You know, like, this creepy, ambient, techie, beepy, super sci-fi music. And it's kind of, like, unsettling, you know. Halo 3, though, the elites are your friends. Covenant stuff is a little bit less scary. And by Reach, Bungie had kind of landed on this very beautiful look for the Covenant, and bringing that back to Combat Evolved, I think, kind of clashes with the tone of the Covenant in this game, because the Covenant feel very, they feel very distant. They feel very creepy and unsettling in this game. I mean, not unsettling. They're not unsettling. You know, they're fucking aliens. But hopefully you get what I mean. Like, this is like your first being inside the ship of an alien. And having it be this dark with these moody lights lighting up the area versus like bright, shiny. It's less atmospheric, I think. And it is pretty looking. It's very pretty. It's just not really supposed to look pretty in Halo 1. You know, and even in Halo 2, like, the intention was... It wasn't that they didn't have the graphical resources to make High Charity look more pretty. It was very intentionally done that High Charity was... When you finally get there as Chief, it's supposed to feel very dark, very alien. Like, you see aliens darting about the place like you're in their home. And the halls, you don't quite know where you're going. It's very dimly lit and very creepy.
While the Covenant had us locked up in here, I overheard the guards talking about this ring world. They call it Halo.
One moment, sir.
Beep
Accessing
Boop
the Covenant battlement.
feels like UFO saucer
According
to me.
data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance. If I'm analyzing this correctly,
My first death in Arc Raiders was due to the face hugger. I was on low health. Oh my god, those face huggers. You know that those face huggers are around when you hear their little, like, you can hear chirps that they do when they think that they've seen you.
Whoever controls Halo controls the
God, Arc Raiders is so fun.
now I see. I have intercepted a number of messages about a Covenant search team. scouting for a
Unpopular
control
opinion, but I
room.
dislike the purple
I thought they were
color.
looking for the bridge of a
Covey
cruiser
shit
that
looks
had
ugly to me
damaged
unless it's
during the battle
blue.
with the ring.
I think the purple
But
looks
they must be
fine.
looking
It's
for
always been
Halo's
purple.
control room.
The only one where it's been blue
That's
was
bad news. If Halo's
Halo
the weapon
5,
and
I
the
think.
Covenant gained control of it,
Yeah, Halo 5 was the
it gets
only
us to
one
wipe
where
out
it
the
was
entire
blue.
human race. Chief,
Well,
Cortana,
that and Halo
I have
3,
a
I
new
think.
mission for you. We need to beat the Covenant to Halo's control room. Marines, let's move.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Chief, you have the point.
Alrighty. Somebody said, see, when I look at the classic textures, when I look at the classic version, it's just ugly looking textures. Well, listen, I'm going to show you a little something. The reason they look ugly probably to you is because, classic graphics. Hang on. Do I have to switch to the classic graphics? The reason they probably look ugly to you is because you're playing with the gamma set to like 6 or super high. What you got to do is you got to play at a low gamma level. Now, the reason I'm playing at 6 is because when you record at a brightness level like this, it actually makes it a little bit harder for me to control the edit when I'm in the editing thing, because what I want is I want control over the darkness and brightness levels. So when I record at like 6 or something like that, brightness level of 6, 6.5, I can then in post-production turn down the brightness, the contrast, the shadows and stuff, and get the image looking exactly right. But you really should be seeing the game like this. Like, look at how much moodier it is. Like, the plasma fire and the rifle fire and the sparks are, like, really the only thing that are lighting up the environment outside of the moody little lamps on the ceiling and stuff. Which is it's not a problem exclusive to Halo 1. Because I see a lot of folk, they boot up like Halo Infinite or any modern game and they're like, alright, motion blur turned off, graphics set to bad, brightness set all the way up to 10. Why does the game look so bad and washed out? Old games looked better. And it's like, no, it's because you made the game look bad. I love squinting to see detail. Great change. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess games just should not have atmosphere. Low visibility should be banned from games. Silent Hill, get that fog out of here. We need to be able to maximum depth, maximum vision. Games aren't meant to be experienced. They're meant to be min-maxed, man. I should be able to optimize my run. Oh, shit. Hang on. To be honest, given how few lines Chief has across the trilogy, you could probably get them all done in a single recording session, saves time and money like that. You probably could, though. Even interviewing Jeff Steitzer was actually very enlightening. Jeff Steitzer would kind of be there all day, recording his lines for, you know, Halo stuff. And it's like, he's not really even a character, you know, he just announces medals and stuff like that. Because usually every single line you do, I forgot how much he said. Did he say 4 different takes? Or was that off recording? Like, whatever the actual line count is in the game, it's usually, like, quadrupled. I always play at the recommended. Yeah, it's usually good to just play at the recommended for your first playthrough. Just to see what the developers wanted you to experience. And then after that, you can start to optimize your settings for, like, visual comfort and stuff. Uh-oh. Sorry. Didn't mean to hit him. I get lost so easy in the remaster. Theoretically, it should be a lot easier to navigate, right? Kind of related, but it annoys me how some players, mainly COD players, always think having the game look as vibrant as possible is the best. Their games always look like fucking Candyland. Yeah, it's not even vibrant. It's just like absolutely no room for depth. Like, lighting is completely flat. Blacks look more like grays. There is no difference in light levels or anything like that. Just everything is flattened. And then all the colors are just cranked up, the contrast, like as much as humanly possible. Yeah, and it's just like, the fuck am I looking at? Does he have more lines than Steve Downes? Jeff Steitzer? Yeah. Yeah, I think he does. Now here comes the part where he's like, we're screwed, man, we're screwed. And then Captain Key says, stow the belly-aching soldier, you're a leatherneck. Which apparently doesn't make sense. Like, the term leatherneck doesn't apply.
No. Without the captain.
Rainbow Six lighting went down over the years. All for competitive reasons. See, that's annoying to me. Like, I don't know. I feel like we don't... There's a lot of value in, like, low visibility as a game mechanic. Obviously, that's not to say, like, oh my god, we should put pitch black shadows everywhere. But it's more like, in Rainbow Six, the idea of low visibility, I think is... Okay, that's interesting. The enemy team, like the defending team, could have a section of the house where visibility is really low. That presents a problem. What gadgets and tools could the attacking team have that would address something like that? I'm thinking flashbang grenades. I'm thinking flares you can toss into a room. I'm thinking being able to turn on, you know, if the lights are off, you can flip the lights back on. Like, it just seems like there's a lot of room for depth that isn't just like flatten the lighting across the board, make everything hyper visible. Though I also understand, like, Rainbow Six Siege at least doesn't seem to be the kind of game they want to be. They want things to be a little bit more fast-paced. Ha! Let's go! Finally, someone playing Halo in the anniversary graphics. I think you're joking. Isn't Isaiah, check your Discord DMs. You might be surprised about what BO7 is adding, and it might be AI generated. Is it the guy that looks like an ODST? Because it looks like they're adding an ODST to Black Ops 7, and it looks like bad. It looks like really bad. At least if it's not an ODST, it looks so stinking close to an ODST.
The dropship is loose.
Everybody, mount up. Let's get on board.
Give me a minute to interface
The song with the
ship's
beeping
controls.
gives me classic
no need
Alien
to
Saucer
get
vibes.
this bird out
Yeah.
myself.
Okay, I get that.
Captain, hunters.
Hang on.
Nice one, sir.
Time for a little payback.
I think you might have missed my last super. Missed. I remember reading from Masters of CE. CE's darkness was primarily due to technical limitations given how brighter the sequels were overall. I feel it's worth asking him to investigate this further. I wouldn't be surprised if Masters said that. Masters says a lot of things. But Halo 3, like Halo 2 is still dark. Like it's still a dark game. And, you know, true, sometimes combat evolved in Halo 2 were dark due to technical limitations, but also that's like,
has multiple structures and
it's what the
installations.
games looked like,
One of them contains the map room.
you know? It'd be like, describing the fog of Silent Hill as, you know, yes, it was due to graphical limitations, but now we don't need to worry about those, so we don't need to have fog in Silent Hill. That's kind of the issue that I take with that approach, of seeing artistic choices as a limit due to the graphics and not inspired by the hardware and something that helped give the franchise or the game its visual identity, you know, and then working with that. Monster Rancher 2 Game Boy Advance and Monster Rancher DS both in my DS Lite right now. Oh my god, Rebecca's dual wielding. She's dual wielding right now, guys. So Rebecca and I, we were watching Jerma playing Monster Rancher, and the thing that I love, okay guys, like, hey, my fellow autists, you know how, like, if we watch something that seems really cool for too long, it worms its way into our brain, and then that's our new fixation? Well, here's the cool thing about being married to someone with autism. You know exactly what they're going through, and it's, like, the most lovable thing about them. So Rebecca loves things that are cute, right? And she also loves monsters and little guys, like cute little monster guys. We were watching a Jerma stream, and it was his Monster Rancher Let's Play, and Rebecca stared a little bit too hard at the screen to see, you know, seeing the bouncing little monster guys, and next thing we know, multiple Monster Ranchers are on the way in the mail. And now she's got both of them in her DS, the one for the Game Boy and the DS version. Pretty neat how Combat Evolved the Anniversary retains the energy sword being visible on camo elites, like in CE, but reduces the glow so it doesn't stand out like dog's balls. Yeah, it is pretty cool. It's also cool that Combat Evolved the Anniversary also retains that detail of, like, this is supposed to be a cliffside that falls apart, revealing that this entire, like, you know, natural-looking terrain here, it's actually artificial. Look, it's just like a rock shell over a metallic inside from the original graphics. Like, there is effort put into this remake. A little bit more effort than I think people give this remaster credit for. Also, hang on, we're going to go back this way. This water looks good. Like, really, really, really fucking good. Like, I think in terms of physics and just, you know, like, wow, this is how water feels. Halo 3 came the closest, but in terms of, like, the look of the water, this is so good looking. Like, as a late Xbox 360 game, this is so good looking, the water. Look at that. Like, you could never convince me that this game looked bad graphically, the remaster. Artistically is one thing. It's an artistic mess. But graphically, the remaster does look really stinking good as a 360 game. Keep in mind, this remake was also extremely rushed by novice developers. Were Saber Interactive novice? I'm not sure they were novice. But they did have about a year to make it. Less than a year, I think. And on top of that, there was very poor communication. Because Saber Interactive is a Russian company, if I remember right. And there was very poor communication between Microsoft 343 Industries and Saber Interactive in Russia in a different time zone. And what Saber Interactive was under the impression of is that they were told to beautify Halo 1. And Microsoft also wanted to beautify Halo 1, but they also didn't want to go too far, and a lot of miscommunication happened. And I guess the way that the story goes is eventually somebody from 343 Industries was actually sent to Russia to help them kind of dial back a lot of the beautification and get it closer to how the Halo brand looked at the time. Because, you know, there were certain visual guidelines they were trying to hit, which this is around the time of Halo Reach. So they dialed back a lot of creative choices, got the game feeling a bit more like a Halo Reach-ified Halo 1, but... Like, see, there are a lot of areas where you can see attention to detail was carefully monitored, like, you know, the way that plasma reacts to the environment. Even, like, I mean, I don't have an assault rifle right now, but the sparks look great. They look great. They look so good. Go back to that piece of rock that fell from the cliffside. Looks like it's been incorrectly textured with Forerunner metal on part of it. Oh, over here? I did see that. I think that was actually an artistic choice. You can see here, I don't think that this is an incorrect texture. Like, that is geometry. And you can see up there that there is a chunk missing of Forerunner metal. I think it's kind of like Lego. Like, these pieces were slotted in there, kind of like Lego. That's at least the vibe that I get from that. Because you can see the original graphics. These are a lot more, like, cuboid. Look at that. That's a fucking square, man. And as an artist, you're supposed to take these graphics, keep the geometry exactly the same. Geometry's got to be the same, or as close to the same as you can make it, with some room for error. And so you take this very square part, and you're like, fuck, what do we do? Got it. Let's make that a bit of Forerunner metal. That's probably what happened there. I'm still mad you never showed us the cork board on level 1 with the 2008 Reddit. Comment. Does it have the troll face? Oh, that's bad. We may have to revisit. I just looked it up. Saber had 3 games before Combat Evolved Anniversary, so they had some experience, but not a crazy amount. I don't know, 3 games is a lot. Like, there's plenty of companies that have made, like, a game and then closed up shop. 2 games, closed up shop, or sold themselves off. So having made 3 games at that point, and you know, door is still open for business, you're still making new games, taking on contracts and stuff, that's admirable. And I think Halo 2 Anniversary showed that Saber Interactive, like, they get it. It seems like it's direction and guidance is what let down Combat Evolved Anniversary's visuals the most. Or the art, I should say, the art. Because the visuals look great.
Let's keep going inside.
The actual graphics, like that, look at the shadows. This is an Xbox 360 game. Halo Reach didn't have shadows like that. Like the self-shadowing. The way, look, like the Elite's upper, his chest piece up here is casting shadow down onto the helmet. But it's like nuanced shadow, you know? Like the Bungie games, they didn't have self-shadowing like that, outside of extremely specific circumstances, like in Halo 2. Halo 3, you know, I take that back. Halo 3 did have some self-shadowing. Yeah, you know what? My point still stands. The specifics can be worked on now.
The doors. Interesting. I underestimated the Covenant's understanding of Halo subsystems.
You want to see a bug that bothers me to this day, and I remember pointing it out during the flighting, and just being told that it's not a big deal. It'll be fixed later. And alas, it's still there.
The Covenant have impeded our progress. We can't proceed unless we can disable this installation.
I believe that is like one of these random, like, it's a texture. It's like one of these random grading textures that for some reason is floating out there. And just in the anniversary graphics, because you can see the classic graphics, it looks normal.
Echo 419 to ground teams. I'll stay on station and keep an eye out for Covenant bogies. Second squad, ready to roll.
Huh, so they took the sharp low poly stone that fell from the cliff and reinterpreted it as the stone tearing out some of the Forerunner metalwork that was embedded in it. That's a pretty neat detail. Yeah, and it's some of the folk from Saber Interactive that I've gotten to talk to over the years were saying that, you know, they do agree with some of the community criticisms, but the community would be shocked at how difficult it was to actually get this made, because a lot of the artistic decisions were also motivated by how low poly the environments were. You can shoot through the door glass and kill the zealot. Wait. You can? Okay, let's go. Let's give it a try. Unless he's like despawned. I want this Forerunner texture here on a tie. The Halo channel just uploaded a community play date for tomorrow. LOL. Good for them. I do think that CEA has good lighting, in my opinion. 343's Halos never did lighting. That one. Oh, no, he's gone. He's gone already. Okay. I think 343's, well, I think Halo 4 has some decent lighting. It has to make sacrifices in a couple of areas, unfortunately. But Halo 4, I think, lighting-wise, is all right. A bit of a step back, I think, but it's all right. It's Halo 5 where they got, like, very comfortable with extreme visual compromises for the sake of 60 frames per second. Like, I'm talking, you can see 5 feet away from you the shadow popping in. And it just, there's no, like, transition or, you know, interesting tech to kind of disguise the pop. Like, you can just see the shadow being drawn in front of you very close to the camera. And unfortunately, some of those bad habits continued into Halo Infinite. But thankfully, that year-long delay kind of gave the artists enough time to revisit some of those.
It looks like there is a path into
Some of those maybe,
the island.
you know, aspects of visual cutbacks that they were comfortable with, and think about more clever ways that they could disguise graphical optimizations. And I do think a lot of, like, those extreme graphical cutbacks and stuff in Halo 5 and Halo Infinite were due to that Halo engine never really being designed for 60 frames per second. A lot of the visuals and the things it wanted to push, it was under the impression it was going to have 30 frames per second. It didn't know it was going to be doubled. This live stream is an extreme compromise to truth because all your opinions are wrong. That is that is such an awesome way to say you're full of shit. Your live stream is a compromise to truth because everything you say is wrong. Oh my god, that hits so much harder than just say, shut up, you're wrong. I know the Storm Armors are technically worse models in Halo, are technically better models in Halo 5, but they are worse than the 4 Storm Armors. I think it's down to, like, little aesthetic differences, like a tweak of the colors, of the type of materials and stuff, and I know what you're talking about. I agree. I think the Storm stuff looks a little bit better in Halo 4. Or, not better, maybe. It popped more because of the color choices of Halo 4. Like, the Carbine, it's the exact same model in Halo 5 and Halo 4. I think it looks better in Halo 4, and that's because of the colors. Like, purple and green on a color wheel are almost complete opposite ends. Like, they complement each other extremely well, which is probably why Halo 4 went with purple and green as the coloration for the Covenant. And with Halo 5, they tried to go for more of that, like, Halo 3, like, blue, and the lights and Covenant techie stuff is teal. But the material choice they went with was this very, like not very reflective crustacean-type material for the Covenant stuff. And I think what made the Halo 3 Covenant, you know, blue with teal accents work really well is how metallic and reflective the Covenant metal was, as well as Covenant metal in Halo 3. I had somebody explain it to me. There's like this reflection layer, or maybe not reflection layer, that's not the right term. There is a, under the hood, like in Halo 3's materials, there is a green tint. It's almost like a pearlescence, and it biases towards the color green. So there's always this shimmer of green within the blue metal, and it gives it this otherworldly reflective quality, because that's not how metal works in the real world. That's not what it's supposed to look like. But it is reflective, and it's reflecting this strange green color constantly, and it's what makes Halo 3 metal feel so alien. So the fact that it's very metallic, very shiny, very reflective, and it's got that little alien quality to it, it works. Where with Halo 5, unfortunately, just the more realistic materials, or less, I shouldn't say realistic, more grounded, earthy materials, I think didn't end up working that well. Lamau Bappa, says Rebecca. What did I miss? What's going on? I just spit my tea all over my monitor while laughing at you, laughing at me. Is this my fault or yours? I didn't do anything. I just reacted, man.
To shut down the security system.
She yapping about nothing, bruh. Yeah, I do that. I like to yap. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this mocap.
Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
You can't fool me. That's a guy. That's a human. Do you see that chunky way he like that? Oh, God, that looked so bad. That looked so bad. Like, mocap, I think people have this, like, wrong idea about mocap. They think motion capture data is usually, like, one-to-one. Like, a performance is recorded and then ported into the game. Which is, like, a disservice to animators who usually have to throw out most mocap work. They use it just as a reference to rebuild the animations in a way that looks more natural for the game. But every now and then there is stuff like that that just looks so fucking bad because you can see it's a human in a mocap suit and not actually a giant alien. By the way, if you and Rebecca were something in Halo, i.e. a Marine, an ODST, an Elite, etc., as a cameo for an art thing, what would you be? I can only speak for myself, but I think Rebecca and I would be ODSTs, and we'd have a little pet Virgil. And she would be an ODST with, like, pink accents on her armor and helmet. And I would probably have blue, right? Butt Flap! That is a great name for a grunt. When I say lighting, I am thinking of how armor lighting never matches up with Forge mode maps like it does with first-party maps. Oh, well, that's just because, unfortunately, dev-made maps, the lighting is baked, the light scattering, like all of the various intricacies of, you know, a map's lighting, like that can all be like pre-calculated and stuff, where like Forge has to kind of simulate that to the best of its abilities on a console,
Chief,
which has
Bravo
limited
22
processing
was bringing
power.
us some heavy weapons. After I saw we were up against hunters, I thought you could use them. Let's move down the beach. Keep an eye out for any cargo we can salvage.
My brothers, we must get to the starship for a grunty thirst. God, that is such a good fucking quote. Oh my god, I love the grunty, the thirsty grunt.
I can't wait till I get back to the starship. I'm working up a big grunty thirst.
Oh my god, hang on. Hang on, I'm gonna play it. It's the like nervous laughter that Joe Staten does. When he says starship, like Joe Staten starts laughing and is able to catch himself. Can you hear that? That's terrible. Okay, that is awful. That's offensive. Let me see if I can find a better one.
Waiting.
Here it is.
Good thing that food nipples waiting for me at the starship. 'Cause, man, if I worked up a big, grunty thirst! Good thing that food nipple's waiting for me at the starship. 'Cause, man, if I worked up a big, grunty thirst!
God, I forget. That is such a good delivery. Like, that's probably the best delivery for grunt lines ever. Yes.
Man, have I worked up a big, grunty thirst?
Thoughts on my new monster named Chewy? That's a pretty good name. That's a pretty good name for a monster. Chewy? Nobody's very rotund. I wish Arc Raiders didn't use AI voices. Oh my god. The AI voices are easily the worst part of Arc Raiders, and what makes it more annoying is kind of like, okay, I get it for procedural gameplay related stuff, but don't try to tell a story and make me care about the characters when you aren't even giving them, like, actual voices, you know? Like, just get some fucking voice actors, guys. That is something I am hoping, you know, another reason I'm hoping Marathon. A reason I'm hoping Marathon is successful is that Marathon is using, like, real voice actors, and that's a big part of their marketing, which is actually kind of interesting, is, like, their voice talent that they've got. Name your monster in it. Like, Embark, they seem to have a really good pulse on, like, game design, game direction, making stuff that people like. But they're kind of... the arrogance with the AI voice stuff is very annoying. And I'd like them to get some competition in the artistic side of things that kind of forces them to, you know, use humans. And also, just looking at the Forge mode lighting for Halo 3 and Reach, the lighting from placed objects looks much closer to the original game lighting. Not if you're very familiar with Halo 3 and especially Reach's Forge mode. Because Halo Reach, one of the biggest issues with that game, unfortunately, is that you were aesthetically very limited on Forge World. Like, everything had to look a very specific way or the lighting would kind of fall apart. Like, interiors were... like, you might as well give up. If you wanted a map that was in a dark basement or something, everything would be glowing. And depending on the direction, you would see the reflection of the lights from the sun. Halo 4 made, you know, a couple of corrections to that by introducing baked lighting, how you could hold down a button to bake lighting. That's pretty cool looking, actually. Look at that. Hang on. It's a cone, but it's, like, very foggy, so it's supposed to look like there is a layer of mist on the ground, and the lights from those little lamp things are illuminating the layer of mist. That's pretty cool, actually. Like, that looks good, right? Obviously, very different atmosphere from the original game, but that's cool looking, right? Look, you can even see these terminals are casting off a bit of an ambient glow here. You know, it's kind of dark here. Wish it was, you know, dark out here and not super, super duper brightly lit. But, like, this looks cool to me. This gives Halo 1. It's very bright still, but it's a little bit more moody. LNG, have you and Reddy watched Andor yet? We have not watched Andor. We've got to wait for the Star Wars worm to cycle in, and I suspect it's on the way, but I can't confirm. And the reason I suspect is because I have the Kyber client installed, as well as Star Wars Battlefront 2. And I don't know why. I just felt that I wanted to have it installed. But right now, I'm liking, I am enjoying my Elden Ring. Alright, what if we watch episode 1 of Andor? Yeah, we could just... Because, like, I guess it's, like, kind of like broccoli, like, it's good for us. No, because... Well, we...
Negative. They're closing in too fast. Negative. Chief, you gotta find the cartographer. We'll keep him busy as long as we can.
Give him hell, Marine.
Yeah.
We'll be in a tight
Like,
spot
yeah,
if we don't
we're...
get out of here before additional
It's like hot wiring a car.
Find that map.
Because if Andor is as good as you're saying it is, we're immediately going to want to binge the whole thing. Also, okay, watching a new show is a very stressful experience for us because we inevitably binge the entire season in a single sitting. So if we're like, hey, you want to watch something? That's... Do you want to spend the next 9 hours straight watching a show from start to finish? Because that's what we did with Severance. Guys, we watched the entirety of Severance in one sitting. Two seasons. We started it around probably 5, and we concluded it at about 4:30 in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. Gonna watch Dexter? No. Yeah. Dexter season 1, I remember being good.
Yeah, it was good, but I feel like it's like...
And then it...
It's like when I say American Horror Story is good.
Oh, yeah, like, we used to think American Horror Story was good, and then we rewatched it. Yeah, we tried rewatching it, and it was like, oh, no, we were just teenagers. No, Dexter, I've heard Dexter is, like, genuinely... The first season is genuinely good, and then it... Season 3, was it? Which was the last season of Dexter, was notorious as being some of the worst television ever produced. That's the one where his sister fell in love with him, right?
A shrine is an unlikely place to put such a significant installation.
And then he, like, rowed a boat off into the storm. And apparently the new Dexter revival is good, but I'm also like... I don't... I'm just not interested in watching a show about a guy who can't control himself and has to murder people. Even if they're bad people, you know? It's like, that's just, like, a little bit too dark for my tastes right now. I don't know. I don't want to see, like, serial killers murdering people. I don't want to see the hero murdering people. Severance and Pluribus. I wouldn't even say they were edgy, they were just great. I'm not even sure, well, because I like Star Wars, and that also can't happen. Oh yeah, we also loved Dune. It's hard to explain. Like, the whole, like, true crime, like, and then the guy killed his wife and dumped her body. Like, that's just... I thought that stuff was interesting when I was younger. Nowadays, I'm just like... Yeah, could he be like a werewolf instead? Somebody else understands what I'm talking about when it comes to Dexter. Is this on the MCC or is it the OG? It is the MCC version. I've never watched it, but I'm sure LNG would like it if he switched to dark mode. That's the problem. What the fuck is this song? Whoa, whoa, wait. Isn't it a lot cooler sounding in the original? Oh, I can't switch the soundtrack, can I? Look at this insane pattern. And look at how high quality it is. Look how sharp the texture is. That's nuts. All right, let's move on. LNG, you should watch the Fallout show. Don't worry, once the Fallout Brainworm comes around, I'll get on it. Because I watched a few episodes of Fallout. And I was like, this is great. They get Fallout. But then, you know, the Fallout Brain... Huh? Yeah. And I thought they did a really good job of adapting Fallout. But also, like, I was falling out of the Fallout Brainworm by then. As well as, you know, important stuff was going on. Look at all this blue stuff. It's crazy to me that there isn't a Pokemon show, like a live-action Pokemon show. I feel like that is so primed for episodic content. What happened to Detective Pikachu? Oh my god, it's in the original as well. That's cool. I think it might be the exact same texture in the anniversary graphics. They just made it all blue rather than blue and purple. That's cool. The Pokemon TV show only exists because the mouth animation is literally 2 frames. Yeah, there is a lot of, in the Pokemon anime, a lot of, like, Brock runs up to Ash, and it's, like, 2 frames, and then he just stands there, and it's like, wow, Ash, that was amazing! Your Pikachu is getting really strong, and it's just, like, the mouth opening and closing. LNG, rank the Star Wars movies from best to worst. Oh, God. Best to worst. Okay, best, Empire Strikes Back. Okay, going down, descending order. Empire Strikes Back, Revenge of the Sith, Return of the Jedi, A New Hope, The Last Jedi, The Last Jedi, and then below that would be Phantom Menace, Force Awakens, Attack of the Clones, Rise of Skywalker. How does that sound? How was your Christmas and New Year's? It's been a while since I saw one of your streams. Oh my god, you missed a lot, dude. Christmas fucking sucked. We got sick. We caught the K variant of the flu that was going around back then, and yeah, we're good now, but it was worse than COVID. Like, for me at least, from when I had COVID, from what I remember, this was easily worse feeling. Yeah, this was the worst feeling I have ever felt being sick. Easily the worst. And the worst part about this illness is that when you become symptomatic, it's immediate. Like, immediate. We woke up feeling great, and then suddenly around the evening, within a few... People saw me deteriorating on the live stream. Like, I started streaming, and I was fine. And then it was like, my throat's scratchy. And by the end of it, I couldn't actually cough that... I couldn't laugh that loud because I actually developed a cough. Got off the live stream, stood up, felt lightheaded, and it was like, oh my god, like my lungs feel full of fluid, like I'm coughing. I got in the shower. By the time I got out, Rebecca was already like passed out in a fever coma, and I just crawled onto the ground with a blanket next to her because she was on the couch, and the couch isn't that big. And I was just like, ooh, like shivering on the ground. I was like, what the fuck is wrong? Like, we finally took our temperatures, and it was like 104. Yeah, oh my god, we both became symptomatic at the same time. Because we both probably caught it at the same time, wherever we caught it from. There's probably some stupid door handle somewhere that we both touched.
Roger that. We'll be able to find our way to the control center from here.
Good luck. Bowhammer out.
I recently bought Jedi Survivor on sale and have to admit it was pretty good. Dude, when the Star Wars brainworm comes back around, it probably, I'd imagine watching Andor is going to kickstart it. But when that Star Wars brainworm comes back, dude, I have been licking my lips looking at Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Like, I'm like, you better be ready, because when that Star Wars brainworms comes, I'm going to dive right into you. I really liked Jedi Fallen Order. And that sequel, I've been sitting on it. Bright ass room here. What room? This room?
Yeah, we got the fucking big lights on.
Is it this room? Or the room in the game?
Oh.
Because the room in the game is also pretty bright. Yeah, look, they completely changed the texture of the wall. Rebecca thought you were talking about this room. I'm not sure if you heard about the Star Wars game before, but I hope they bring Star Wars The Old Republic to console. Isn't The Old Republic the MMO? Because Knights of the Old Republic is the single-player RPG. Them Go-Gurts good as fuck till it cuts your mouth. What? Oh my god! You just woke up a bad memory. Holy shit, yeah. Go-Gurts, yeah, they cut the sides of your mouth. Oh god. That was the worst feeling in the world. When the Go-Gurts cut the sides of your mouth. Dude, Go-Gurts rock. But let me tell you. There's a place called Aldi. I said that because people know that I fucking love Aldi. I'm like an Aldi televangelist. Like, I have Aldi merch. I love that store so much. But let me tell you, Aldi, their version... I freaking love Aldi rebrands of popular stuff. Aldi has a version of Go-Gurt that is called Moo Tube. Oh my god, he loves Cookie Clicker. I'm in the billions now. No, not yet. I haven't run Cookie Clicker in a while. I need to run it. Cookie Clicker. But Cookie Clicker is easily one of the best games I have on Steam. I'm almost at 20 hours played. Yes, I'm talking about the MMO. Is the MMO still going on? Is it good? I really don't like yogurt in general. Well, what kind of yogurt? Greek yogurt or like normal yogurt? Blueberry and strawberry yogurt. Blueberry and strawberry yogurt are great. Thanks to Rebecca, I have developed a taste for vanilla yogurt. Low sugar vanilla yogurt, but you know, I still like it sweet. So back when Rebecca and I had first moved in together, I was streaming, and I was like hungry, you know, like low blood sugar, like starting to power down, but we were keeping the stream going because we are kings. We carry the flame, and oops, and Rebecca brought me food, and it was like vanilla yogurt with blueberries, and like it was blueberries, chocolate chips, chia seeds, and the spoon had some peanut butter on it. And she calls them berry foods. Not berry because there are berries in it. Berry as in it's like something a bear in a cottage would eat in the woods. Like it is a bear-y food. And berry foods are fucking good, man. God, I love me a berry food. That's what she has for breakfast every morning. Sometimes she'll take the dog out, sometimes it'll be me, but I make the coffee every morning as well as prepare her berry food for breakfast. Unpopular opinion, but I'm excited at the prospect of pocket overshields and camos. I'm already giddy at the strategic avenues I could use for both of them. I think if, you know, depending on how it's balanced, I mean, it's Halo Reach, you know, that's what Combat Evolved or the Combat Evolved remake is going to feel more like Halo Reach, so it's going to have a very different combat loop. Yeah, I'm keen to see how pocket power-ups feel. What's your last name? Uba? Oh, because berry food. Yeah, her last name is Kuma. Yeah. But she's a bear. I like the song and Anniversary. Yeah, somebody in the chat said this mission looks great in CEA. It looks very fucking good. It looks even better in Two Betrayals. Like, Two Betrayals, this level is cozy in the Anniversary graphics on Two Betrayals. Cheese dipped in cheese. We honor his name, yes. Yes, we are all him. We carry the flame. Now I've got it in my head. Oh my god. Funny shit. You two betrayed me by saying you like yogurt. Betrayed? Betrayed? That's... It's food, man! What are you talking about? Betrayal? That's like a feeling you reserve for, like, if a family member killed another one. Or if a best friend robbed you blind. Oh. Oh, it's Two Betrayals joke. Okay, okay. Ah! Okay. Oh. Oops. Might be. This looks great, man. The audacity to enjoy good yogurt. Oh, and I have restarted my Helldivers grind. Helldivers does not have cross-save. So if you play on Xbox, your progress does not carry over to the PC, which means I have lost my ODST war bond. So I am in the process of grinding up those super credits. I know what planet it is. It is a bug planet that you have to run, and it always generates the best possible planet for super credits. I got, in 2 runs, 100 super credits by farming this planet, and I'll probably farm it a little bit more tonight before bed, but I am already at like 330 super credits, so about 1,100 more to go. I had a peanut butter and syrup sandwich before. Well, that makes sense. There's people that have had peanut butter and honey. Peanut butter, like, yeah, peanut butter goes well with something sweet. So that doesn't sound as disgusting as I think you think it sounds. You want to hear something wild? Well, I'll give you something to be grossed out about. Let me tell you. So since I was a child, as an autistic lad, my mother made a very unfortunate mistake, but one that I guess is understandable because I was so annoying and difficult as a kid. She did not broaden my palate a lot. You know, I liked my certain foods, and I just wanted to eat those forever. And that was mostly ramen noodles. But what she suggested was, if you don't like something new, just put applesauce on it. And I just did that as a kid. And what I came to learn is I really like the taste of 2% cottage cheese with applesauce poured on it. Oh, they do? Okay, never mind then. It might actually work. Okay, never mind then. You know what? I think that might be a good thing. But still to this day, let me tell you, guys, fucking cottage cheese with some applesauce on it. Oh my god. So good. Bruh, no. Says pooping pills. That's a weird taste. It's... Nah, applesauce plus cottage cheese is something my mom does too. Oh, dude, your mom's awesome. Holy shit. Despite me having autism, my mother never did that with me. Oh, she expanded your palate at a young age? Good. No, and like my own experiences as a tiny, like, listen, guys, as a former baby, that's one of the things we're definitely going to do when we have a mini LNG. Is our tiny baby, we're going to be handing it random fruits, random veggies, like anything it can put in its mouth. Because I don't want it to end up like me when I was a baby. Where I'm just like, no, I want salty ramen forever. That laugh rap. Did I just ha right into the microphone? LNG, try chocolate chips and mango salsa? Is mango salsa a thing? Is he? Are you pulling jokes? What's mango salsa? Is that like salsa but... That just sounds like a... That just sounds like a sauce. Like I'm imagining salsa made with mango. How do you feel about SPV3's take on 2 betrayals, particularly the interior lighting being changed from Assault on the Control Room's cool whites and blues to the Hazard Orange? I'm not the biggest fan of the 2 betrayals SPV3, to be honest. I remember thinking it didn't look quite as nice as the original. Or maybe not as nice. Like, obviously it looked better, but I guess what I mean is, like, pleasant. And then being kind of like, you know, the expanded play sections, the added areas, kind of feeling like it overstayed its welcome a little bit too long. Brother, salsa means sauce. Oh. 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 Ba-da-bum-ba-bum-bum. I'm just gonna dance off screen right now. So cottage cheese with mango sauce? Okay, you know what? That probably is awesome. Pooping pills, what did you say? Rebecca, you finally said something so audacious that Rebecca had to delete it. Pooping pills. Okay, let me see what pooping pills said. Lord. I just pooping pills, why would you say that? Peel for dipped apple slices. Okay. Rebecca deleted what you said, but pooping pills, I want you to know she is laughing very hard at it. How do you... Oh, I already read that. A landmark moment. Cottage cheese with a mango sauce. Oh my god, pooping pills. I just remembered. Holy shit. I've been wanting to tell you this for ages now. Which I was in control of because I choose when I stream. It was possibly the funniest thing that I've ever read. So you know the like, all right, I hear you, keep talking. It was a variant of that, which... Oh my god! It's... I like what I'm stepping in. Keep pooping. Oh my god! And we were laying in bed late at night, and Rebecca probably remembers I rolled over and I was like, baby, this is the funniest thing I've read in a while. I need to tell pooping pills this. I like what I'm stepping in. Keep pooping. Oh my god. Oh, that's so fucking good. Yes, mango salsa is a thing. Gotcha. I have learned tonight that salsa is just another word for sauce. Is there a glitch in the Matrix? Why did glasses just appear on LG? Haven't I been wearing glasses this whole stream? What are you talking about, man? I started the stream with glasses on. I can't even pay attention to the gameplay. No, it's not a sauce. It is salsa, but they added mangoes to it. Is that good? Tomatoes, like pico, right? Like tomatoes, onions, mixed with... Does that go well together with mango? Which one was deleted? I'm a... Oh. What is going on? Do you see the field of view freak the fuck out every time I die? I think you laughed too hard and the simulation had to be restarted as a result. Maybe. Come on, let's... Out of the way! Okay. Dude, what is the field of view doing? And this fucking music, this... No! Hop, hop, hop. That's like one of my favorite lines from them in Halo 1. Mango Pico is amazing. I'll have to give... Where can I find it? Thousands. Tens of thousands of deleting pooping pills comments. Oh, God. Pooping pills, man. He tests the like limits of his power. LNG, since when did your black headphones turn? Shut up, man. Shut up, dude. I need to replace these headphones. These headphones are from 1996, says Rebecca. Stupid Covenant. They should have invested in hit scan weaponry. Smoking kills and pooping pills. Yesterday I finished reading Halo the Flood and I loved it. I am sure that if you found the email of, I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now, the author of Halo the Flood, and you emailed him and told him that you're a big fan of the book, he would appreciate that. Because Halo the Flood got not Eric Nyland. It was not him. It was the first Halo novel not written by Eric Nyland. And not Kelly Gay either. And unfortunately, Halo the Flood was not received well back when it released. And the guy was tasked with making a novelization of Halo 1, which, you know, as you can see, there isn't a lot of plot going on. And then Master Chief entered another room and shot his gun at the alien. So Halo the Flood got pretty bad reviews. And the author got a lot of shit, and people trashed his writing. And he took it pretty hard and kind of retreated into a shell, from what I understand. Which is very sad and depressing. Intriguing. I remember Master saying he doesn't get those critiques. It's ultimately more Halo content at the end of the day. What's wrong with that? So the way that I would describe it is like, it is more Halo content, but it's also like, pacing though does still matter, you know? Like, it's not just content. Like, you gotta consider the level as, like, the level itself and the pacing of the level also need to be considered. And I do think that you run the risk of actually making a good level kinda repetitive if you drag it on for too long. And one of the biggest criticisms of, you know, Halo 1's level design is that it's repetitive and drags on a little bit too long. So if you make those levels even longer, it's kind of like you, what makes Halo a lot of fun is that you're always like, new environment, new location, like what's the next level gonna bring, and delaying that, seeing what comes next, I think. I just remember with SPV3 thinking, like, how much longer is this gonna go on for when playing Assault on the Control Room? Boing?
I thought the Covenant had eliminated.
I could see a Halo 2 novel, but not Halo 1. At least easily. No, and that's, what's kind of neat about the Halo 1 novelization is, in order to make it less repetitive, new characters and new sides of the conflict were basically, like, invented. Like, okay, in Halo 1, there is a, you know, when you're about to do the Warthog run, and that elevator comes down, and there's the black elite with two black grunts, you know, that come down the elevator, and then you instantly blow them up, and then you move on. Well, the Halo 1 novelization takes that black elite and actually makes him a character, and he's been chasing Chief the whole game, and he's always, like, 2 steps behind where Chief is. And that, like, that's kind of cool, you know? taking like random NPC encounters and trying to come up with a history for them. You know, as well as Jenkins, the story of Jenkins, the guy who was semi-conscious while being piloted around by the flood. Like, stuff like that is from the Halo novelization, and I have not read it. I remember trying to read it and also thinking, like, oh my god, it's another chapter about how Master Chief reloaded his assault rifle and then shot the alien and then threw a grenade at another one. But I you know, I'm a little bit different now. My you know, over the age of 25, only, you know, less than a year until my 20s are all dried up. My brain is in a different place now, and I have a feeling I'll like that book if I reread it. Ever played Operation Purge Point? What's Purge Point? It's really funny? Operation Purge Point? I have never heard of it. What the hell? It's the equivalent of someone asking you to make a pizza without any instructions or topping requests and then complaining that the pizza is incorrect. No. No, the SPV3 content overload thing it's more along the lines of like I asked for a pizza, and it's like, here's your pizza, and here we made it very big. Very big. All right, you're gonna eat the whole pizza, and it's like, this is a little bit bigger than what I was asking for. Like, I still think there's value in keeping things, you know, like nice, close-knit, you know? I think these Halo levels, out of all of them, Assault on the Control Room is the one that people tend to criticize alongside the library of maybe going on a little bit too long. So it's I don't think it's in the level's favor to make it even longer. And that's as somebody who likes Halo 1 and likes Assault on the Control Room. And has fun every time I play it. I do think it just barely gets to the finish line before I start getting bored. And the SPV3 one, I'm usually like, oh god, like there's a whole nother third of the level I need to get through. You know, I'm tired of the Forerunner interiors. I'm tired of the snow environment. I'm ready to get onto the next level, and it's still going. Yeah, the Halo novelization, the Halo 1 novelization, 343 did a re-release of it that kind of like adds, you know, a couple of extra little bits, you know, to kind of sync it up with modern Halo lore. You know, like tweaking some of the details here and there to be a little bit more like game accurate. But there is a foreword from our boy Frank O'Connor, which I know, you know, not everybody's a fan of, but Frank O'Connor's foreword for the book, I think is very, very, it's very touching, and it's basically him arguing that people were wrong about their assessment of the book, that it's not repetitive, that people weren't giving it a fair shake, that it's a novelization of a very repetitive first-person shooter that's centered mostly around combat, story second. And then he went on to describe the challenges that author went through to get the book written. And it's just like, it's very insightful into the process, and it was very kind of Frank to write that foreword, basically, you know, defending the book's existence and saying, give it another shot. It's not as bad as you guys thought it was. Yeah, and apparently the author took it very, very serious. Like, he took it to heart that people didn't like his Halo novel. And he never wrote another Halo novel again. And also, there was a lot of, this guy isn't Eric Nyland. Where's Eric Nyland? So, if you really like Halo the Flood, look up his email address online. Here, let me see the author's name. It's something Diaz that wrote it, right? Or am I confusing him with a different author? No, it is. No, it's William C. Dietz, not Diaz. Dietz. Look up his email address and let him know that you're a big fan and you love the book. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. That's an interesting perspective, since the new sections added to Assault on the Control Room 2 Betrayals feature completely new geometry and encounters compared to the OG. Perhaps if they cut the cloned rooms, it would feel better for you? Yeah, I think it's like, it's the time spent in the level is just right for Assault on the Control Room. So the problem is that it is extra stuff. Even if it's original stuff, new geometry and everything, I'm still in the environment, you know? Or like this locale, like snow with Forerunner stuff. Like I'm still here, I'm still in this level, the level's still going on. So if you were, I think the second bridge crossing, if you could cut the second bridge crossing and then get to the new geometry bits a little bit sooner, you could probably... It would probably fit in a little bit more seamlessly, but I'm not sure how you could do that. And I mean, SPV3 is what it is, you know. People like to hate SPV3. I think SPV3 is some of the coolest fucking content to come from the Halo community, mod-wise. SPV3 rocks. It's awesome that it exists. It's so cool to see the Halo 1 engine pushed that hard. We like SPV3. We want more ambitious fan mods like SPV3. Because I want people to be creating stuff because they love Halo. Unrelated, but the name Assault on the Control Room fucks so hard. It does. It's a cool name for a level. Oh, and if you guys saw my short, you probably noticed I'm not doing much reloading. Because I'm backpack reloading my guns. Assault on the Control Room sounds like it should be a Kurt Russell movie. It does, doesn't it? Wonder if Fireteam Raven will make a scene in the remake. They need to. They got to, right? It would be insane if Fireteam Raven wasn't even like an Easter egg in the CE remake. One thing I just don't like about SPV3 is how it includes enemies that were not allowed on the ring. Well, that's lore stuff. And he wasn't really interested in what modern lore said. He was just interested in, like, I want to make a Halo mod. I want brutes. And I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You know? Fuck the lore. Make a cool mod. The lore is only holding you back. If you have an awesome idea for brutes in Halo 1, go for it. Do it. Okay, I think I got accidentally spoiled. Got the novel, the new Halo book, spoiled just a single plot point from it. As to not spoil it for other people, I'm going to say something that people are like, what could that possibly be referencing? They're not going to know. But people who do know, you're going to say, yep. I just want to know if it's true. Precursor dust. Is it true? Was that spoiled for me? And you don't even know the context I'm talking about. So don't worry about it. Okay, I'm muting the stream to not spoil it. Start waving your arms around wildly to let us know when the spoilers are over. Okay, I read your comment. Okay. Partly. Okay, that's it. That's it. Don't say anything else. Nothing else. Nothing else. Okay, it seems like I was spoiled then about it. Okay, guys, we're done, okay? We're done talking about the spoilers, okay? I'm waving to him to let him know that we're okay. Okay? Look, waving my arms wildly. In all honesty, you could probably get away with cutting everything from the elevator ride up from the Sleeping Grunts room all the way to the room after the second bridge crossing. Yeah. I think so too. Like, I know what they're trying to do. They want it to feel like a one foot after the other adventure across this massive ravine to where the control room is situated. But I think it makes the mission very tight. Like, if you risk blowing the whole thing up if you make it even a little bit longer. It's a very long mission. What is up with this, like, this track? I really love this track, but it's also a very odd soundtrack in Halo. It sounds like Rayman 3 music. I love the Halo 1 soundtrack, man. It's so weird because a lot of the rules for what Halo music should sound like weren't exactly set in stone, you know? Like, the Covenant didn't really have their own like, musical identity yet because, like, the Arbiter's story hadn't been told. No. This is mine. Okay. So we do not want this level to go on much longer. Is he back? Oh, he actually saw me doing it. Okay. I like this song in Anniversary. It's good in Anniversary. It sounds like something that would belong in Bionicle. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Look at those shadows. The shadows on the those Covenant things. They look good.
Pew, 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 pew.
Look, the classic Banshee design, I'm sorry, okay? This looks so much cooler than this, to me. Like this. Like, look, it's like a little ice cream cone with wings. This looks like a giant tongue. I love the classic Banshee design so much. I miss it. I miss that look for the Banshees so much. Regarding the lore, the only thing SPV3 changes about it is the events contained within CE, plus a couple of details like Pillar Bottom getting the new guns. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, I was gonna say, they can't tank rockets on normal difficulty, right? You made them both sound ridiculous? Both Banshees? No, the ice cream cone with wings is so much cooler. Look, it's a giant ice cream cone with wings. Come on, look at it. It looks cool. That's just like a giant tongue. Bum 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 bum. Ah! Me too. I hate the new Banshee. It's an insult. Okay, well, hang on. I'm being a little bit hyperbolic to be, you know, because it's more entertaining. It's not an insult, okay? The Reach Banshee looks cool. I just prefer the ice cream cone. I prefer this design, the ice cream cone design. The tongue Reach Banshee isn't my... It's not my preferred look for the Banshee. Look, let's not get carried away, okay? There's never been a bad Banshee design.
Scanning. Covenant forces in the vicinity have been eliminated. Let's move on to Halo's control center.
I missed what you were saying because I was watching ads. So can you please repeat what you said? Oh, I was saying, I hate the Reach Banshee. I missed the Halo 1 Banshee design where it looks like an ice cream cone with wings. And then somebody was like, I agree, it's an insult. And I was like, okay, hang on, wait, we're getting carried away. It's not that I was mostly being silly. It's the marathon room. Yeah, if you look at this room, if you go into no clip and you look at this room from overhead, this room is shaped like the marathon logo, with the bridge and then the circular platform being the center of the marathon logo. Bungie was cool with how much they fucking hid that marathon logo everywhere.
That terminal, try there.
And it sucks that Bungie is so independent now from Halo that the marathon logo can't be used in Halo anymore.
It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused. Halo, how do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else.
Dude, I love that line from Cortana in Halo 1.
This ring.
Like, Master Chief's like, this ring is a weapon. How do we use it? And she's like, this ring is not a cudgel, you barbarian.
In order to...
She called Master Chief uncivilized.
Oh, these Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Oh, that's an underrated line from Cortana. This ring is not a cudgel, you barbarian. But yeah, Masters is unconcerned for canon, particularly if it only serves to restrict gameplay potential, and I fully agree. The lore should conform to the gameplay, not the other way around. Yeah. I think it is okay to ask that lore be a little bit more flexible, or be okay with lore being more flexible. Because I think sometimes strict rigidity, bleh. I've never had to say it out loud. I've only ever read it. I need to start reading out loud more. I've heard that that's a great way to expand your vocabulary and improve your speaking skills. That's why in school, when we were all little, there in like second or whatever grade, the teachers would have us read in circles out loud to each other and take turns. It wasn't because they were stupid and annoying. It's because they were trying to develop our speaking skills. Like, did you guys hear the reason that we had to learn the recorder as tiny little babies? It's not to play music well. It's so that we were developing our lungs. LNG, I love it when Lord Hood says, "Hello, governor," and does a holdo maneuver into high charity. Lord Hood is played by Ron Perlman. The one thing that caught me off guard was in Halo the Flood was Master Chief swearing. We've never heard him swear in a game, so it caught me off guard. He kinda swears in Halo 5 if you are like a little baby. Remember, he says hell in Halo 5. which is maybe the closest he's come to swearing in the games. Remember, Agent Locke says, "Cortana is our concern now, sir." And then Master Chief stops walking, and then he goes, "Like hell she is." And then he fucking takes Agent Locke's battle rifle, rips it out of his hands, and fucking smacks him with his own battle rifle. Really? Is that why the recorder sounds like dog shit? No, the reason the recorder sounds like dog shit is because we were like 4 and we didn't know how to play music, so it sounded terrible. But that's why public schools, at least in America, make tiny babies play the recorder at a young age. It's actually a Trojan horse to get tiny babies to develop their lungs and strengthen their lungs. Also, he has an interesting perspective on the copied rooms in Assault on the Control Room. He enjoys them as they serve as a template for creating unique combat encounter setups in constrained semi-modular room layouts. Yeah, I agree with him there. Yeah, because it's people focus too much on the geometry of the room, and they don't focus on like what's different, the enemy setups, the encounters, the weapons you have when you arrive at that room, and it makes the combat feel very different, which I think is the strength of Halo 1. Is that like the combat loop and the weapons sandbox are so focused that it makes just like shooting aliens and encountering a different combination of aliens very fun, even if the environments haven't changed. No, don't remind me of the old man fight. when Master Chief and Agent Locke kind of like stumbled around like they were drunk. I think I asked Rebecca what she thought of Master Chief and Agent Locke fighting, and I think the nicest thing she said was, they looked really slow. Hot cross buns. Hot cross buns. One a penny. 2 a penny. Hot cross buns. You guys remember that? Absolute banger. Oh my god, you saying... I know, but he doesn't drop an F-bomb in regards to Chief swearing. That made me think of, Hugo Martin, the game director over at id Software for the Doom games, he said recently that he doesn't want swearing in Doom. Like, he doesn't think that's becoming of Doom to have cussing. And they were like, what do you mean? Like, the game where you, like, rip the arms off of demons and then use it as a bat to kill the demon? Like that? You did. And he's like, listen, like when my kid is watching and stuff, like, and I'm, this is the game Daddy made, and it's like, I don't want, like, sex or, like, swearing to be on the screen. Like, yeah, but, like, the killing the demons is one thing. Like, I love that about Hugo Martin. He's like, the violence is cool and fun. I just don't want any sex or swearing in Doom. Like, fuck yeah, he's awesome. Yes. Like, that's so awesome. He's like, yeah, the violence is fine. Exactly, that's something I think people also miss with SPV3 Sandbox. Going into a given encounter with a suppressed BR and SMG is going to play completely differently. Going in with a Spanker and Shredder. Yeah. Dude, I forgot what level I was playing for a second because of how brightly lit it is. Yeah, it's supposed to be like spooky and ominous.
That's what I did. Played dead. They took the live ones. Oh god, I can still hear them. Monsters.
Yeah, this is supposed to be the spooky level. Compare the flickering light to the new... Yeah, hang on, let's go back. So look at this. See, it's like a horror movie. New graphics. Yeah, the atmosphere is just completely gone. It's also, like, really easy to get lost in the remastered version of this level, at least for me. This and Keys are probably where the CEA's lighting are the worst, but I don't think CEA deserves to get universally slammed. Yeah, I agree there. Like, I think... Yeah, like, Pillar of Autumn, I think, is also fucking ugly looking. Like, Pillar of Autumn looks really bad, I think, in the remaster. But it's mostly down to preference for Pillar of Autumn. This, though, is just the completely wrong atmosphere. Like, look how dark the original graphics are. There's, like, the fucking flickering light over there, like... Doors are broken down. This is the level where the Flood get released, you know? It's supposed to feel like you've walked into a haunted mansion and the killer has been released and you don't know where it is. And the fact that in the remaster they're like, what if it looks like a beautiful Catholic church? It's just, no, that's not what the atmosphere was supposed to be, guys. Wrong, you know? Pillar of Autumn is the hot cross buns of Halo levels. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. This way! And then he gets blown up. Captain Keyes is waiting for you on the bridge, sir. Better follow me. Captain Keyes. Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well. Cortana did her best, but we never really stood a chance. Yeah, it's the hot cross buns. Like, I know that whole level. Like the back of my hand. It's, like, burnt into my brain. Before I forget, Uriel asked, thoughts on SPV3's honor guards being immune to all bullet weapons? In my opinion, it throws a fun, never-before-seen curveball. That, I think, is a little bit too far. That, like, straight-up immunity to a certain damage type across the whole body to where you must pick up a different gun in order to do damage. It's not that it's, like, impossible to figure out and, like, oh my god, I lack the ability to understand how to defeat this enemy. It's more that, like, there's too much room for possible frustration. At least for me.
Stay close, Jenkins.
Can you at least, like, melee them from behind? I really hope the reimagining doesn't fuck this level up. I think the reimagining will not fuck this level up, but I think it's going to feel different. Like, it will feel different, I think. They're going to tackle the horror angle from a slightly different angle, I guess. It's going to be like how people argue which one is better, Resident Evil 4, the remake, or the original. I think that's what it's going to come down to. Both, I think, are going to be really well executed. It's just going to be down to which execution do you prefer.
What do we have, Sergeant? Looks like a Covenant patrol. Badass
Phoenix Jones.
Real pretty. Friend of yours?
That's a name I haven't heard in a while. What happened to Phoenix Jones? What happened to him? Yeah, I know he went from a hero to a villain, but like, what happened? What's he doing lately?
This door open.
I'll try, sir. But it looks like these Covenant worked pretty hard to lock it down.
Just do it, son.
Yes, sir.
Excluding the shitty PvP modes, the remake is going to be 343/Halo Studios' first crack at the Flood, won't it? The Flood was fun in Halo 4. But yeah, it's going to be their first crack at the Flood, at least in first person, because there is Halo Wars 2. He got caught selling some drugs. I don't know about after. I don't know about after part that I'm interested in. I get lost in every section of this level. Yeah. 343 Guilty Spark, I'm very keen to see what the remake's going to do with it.
Corporal, do you copy? Over. Mendoza, get your ass back up to second squad's position and find out what the hell is going on. But I don't have time for your lip, soldier. I gave you an order.
Listen. What is that?
Where's that coming from, Mendoza?
I don't... There! Get out!
The pop-in is crazy. I noticed that, like, outside the corner. Yeah. And a lot of that was not in the original release. So I don't know what that's about. It was not like that on the 360. It's combat, it's MCC related issues. Unpopular opinion, I like CEA's visuals. Hey! Christian's in here. I saw your text, man. I gotta get back to you. I've been pretty swamped. Christian's a friend who goes back quite a few years. To clarify, honor guards are... How you doing, Christian? To clarify, honor guards are immune to only ballistic weapons similar to jackal shields. Plasma, explosives, hard light, and melee splattering work fine. The Needler is an exception for ballistic weapons. Maybe I need to replay SPV3. It's been so long since I've properly played through the entire thing. One of the biggest changes I'm expecting them to do for the Flood is they're probably going to go with the super fleshy, like Halo 3 look. Kind of like this look that the Flood have. Because in the original graphics, look at them, they're glowing. And they look, their feet don't look like nasty little, like, fleshy finger things. They're supposed to kind of look like roots. You know, like it's almost like a plant or like a mushroom that tore itself out of the ground and now it's running around trying to get you. You know, slightly bioluminescent. They glow in the dark. They glow green. But then, you know, as the series went on, they took on more of like a fleshy look. I like the bioluminescent, like plant mushroom creature look. But I'm expecting the remake to make them a little bit more fleshy, you know, go with kind of like the modern depiction of the Flood in Halo media. All good, man. Look forward to seeing your new video. I'm getting back into Halo lately, and it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, I saw on my on Steam that you've been racking up the achievements in Halo Infinite. I've seen you tackling quite a few of them. How's life been? Life been good? Was the Flood always supposed to be plant-like? Yeah, that's how they were in the original game. And look at this. Look at this. So, do you see... I don't know if YouTube compression is fucking it up, but look, you can actually see the glow coming through their skin from the infection form that's inside of their body. Do you see it right there? The big lumps on the Elite's chests? You can maybe see it in the darkness a little bit when they're covered in shadow. You can see where the infection form is in their body because of the glow. See it? Oh yeah, this one's not moving, so we can see it really well. Look at that. Look, you can see the... Do you see it pulsing? Isn't that cool? Isn't that a cool detail? And on the human flood forms, you can see that they've got a lump on their arm that is glowing and pulsing the same way. And you can kind of see that they're a lot more bubbly and stuff, and they've got lumps and bubbles all over, which I think the impression is supposed to be, according to the design documents, I have the Halo 1, some of the Halo 1 design documents, as well as the Halo 2 design documents. The way that a carrier form is created, at least according to Halo 1 and 2, you know, I know the new lore is something else, but in Halo 1 and 2, as far as Bungie was concerned, when one of those things gets in your body and takes control, it begins breaking down all your internal organs to feed a new generation of infection forms. So all those combat forms, as they're running around, lots of tiny, tiny baby ones are running around underneath its skin, and they're consuming different parts of the body. And if a combat form stays alive long enough, the infection forms inside of it have grown big and fat enough that the whole thing starts swelling up and inflating, and kind of the weight and the wear and the tear crushes it at a knee level, and it kind of falls down to its knees, loses the bottom half of its legs, and its arms eventually warp and twist into just tentacles, and it becomes a carrier form. Because you can actually see that... let me see if I can find a intact one. You can see here, at least in the original graphics, not sure, you know, the new graphics make it kind of look like a necromorph, like Scythe. But in the original graphics, you can see it looks like plant-like. You know, like when you have a potato that's been left out for too long and the roots start growing. And you can see that it's growing out of the hand, and the fingers are starting to get long. Those whips that you see on the carrier forms, those are what the arms of the host eventually mutated into. Like, all that's left are just these flailing long tentacles. Yeah, I think the new lore is that, like, the Flood purposefully create carrier forms with, like, creatures that are not suited for something like that. But at least as far as Bungie was concerned, the all combat forms will eventually become a carrier form when the little creatures that they've got inside their body get big enough. I always thought it was meant to be a hardened, bony appendage. Well, it is now. It is now, you know, because the art was changed. The Flood don't look like they did in Halo 1 anymore. But in Halo 1, they were supposed to be a lot more like plants, like a plant-like infection. And you can see that in the remaster, because this remaster... was influenced by, you know, how by the end of the original Halo trilogy with Halo 3, they had kind of settled on a very fleshy look for the Flood. So no bioluminescence, no plant-like aspects. Like, they're very fleshy, they're very zombie-like. You know, and even the fact, like, in Halo 1 that, like, when you shoot them, like, look at that. It's not even, like, red anymore. Like, it's green. Like, their insides are being corrupted and turned into a weird fluid. You know, for the Flood. Like, it's just sickening. Sickening, man. They're being turned into something else. That's why I don't... People ask me the Gravemind in Halo 2 Anniversary's cutscenes. I don't like that it's got, like, a bloody red mouth. I'm like, that's too, like, human. the bloody red mouth. Like, I want it to be like weird, dripping, glowing green, like flood juice, you know? Yeah, and I really freaking love the bioluminescence under the skin. Like, it gives the flood, like, a very creepy look that you can see. You can see that there's something under their skin that's glowing. I feel like Campaign Evolved will likely do... what they'll likely do is reshoot the life pod crash. Instead of flash to white, it'll be shot from the inside of the pod to explicitly show Chief not bouncing around killing everyone. Maybe. Maybe. Though, the new cinematics director, he seems to... I don't know if you saw his interview. He did an interview, and they talked about the choice to not make the arrival on the beachhead in the Silent Cartographer, make it not first person, and switch it to a cinematic third person cutscene. And he said he did it because he wanted to make it more cinematic. They thought it would get players in the action, make them feel excited in the action a little bit more than keeping it in first person. Which there is some truth to that, even though, you know, like, wouldn't it be more in the action if it was in first person? Like, no, I get what he means. Like, as somebody who directs cutscenes, who directs cinematics, like, the language of film can get people excited, you know? And the cutscenes that we've seen so far for the Combat Evolved remake are fucking great. The directing and the cinematography for them. It's, like, easily the best cinematography work that Halo has had since the Bungie days, in my opinion. Or if we're not counting, you know, Blur Studios' work on Halo. The Little House of Horrors reject from Halo 2 is pretty funny, though. Oh, the Gravemind looking like Audrey 2 in Halo 2. Yeah, Cortana's like, what is that? And then the Gravemind is like, feed me, Seymour! Where am I supposed to go? Shit. I'm already lost. Going to play some Halo Infinite now. Have a good night, dude. Have a good night, man. Christian, we'll play together soon, man. I think it was a good call because seeing that pelican buzz a spirit was cool. It was a fucking cool shot. Like, oh my god. It's really hard to explain. Here, I'm actually, this level is going to take a little bit too long, so here, let me see if I can pull it up here. Unless I have it saved? No, probably not. Here, let's go here.
Maybe out of contact when we get there.
The Covenant believe that what they call the Silent Cartographer...
It's something that I just, like, I have to explain to you guys by showing you. This is such a cool fucking shot because it's... So, okay, out of focus, lots of darkness, all the light and color is here, and the action literally is within a frame. Like, the window of the pelican acts as a frame, drawing your eyes to the action, and what you see are the shots leaving the frame and fucking messing that thing up. Like, it's so fast. Boom, 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 boom. Like, literally, it's within a frame, the action happening. It's just such a Such a cool shot. Yeah, just the cinematography, all of it is so goddamn good. Even though we haven't seen much of the remake so far, I know that these cutscenes are going to be great, and they are gonna kill it. Like, look at that. That is a powerful shot, man. And there's also this shot back here. Hang on. It's when they start taking fire. It's this shot here of the Marines, like, bouncing and rocking around, and Chief is steady as a rock. Look at that. Like, oh my god, the fucking power that he's giving off, dude. Like, that is, like, cinematic. That is cinematic as hell. It's really, really, really good filmmaking. And all of that is thanks to the fact that they have a new... I can't remember if he's a director of cutscenes or if he's, like, the studio's new cinematographer. Either way, he has a lot of experience in film as well as directing the cinematics for various Forza games. You know, so, like, making metallic things look really cool and powerful was his job before getting, you know, this Halo gig. And I think that so far he is killing it with Halo. Do you think the campaign Evolved Spirits will be destructible? I mean, if it's Halo Reach code, maybe? Like, I know Reach doesn't have destructible spirits, but, like, aircraft being destructible is a thing in the Reach engine, so it's maybe something that they could do. Oh, weird. Who's that bozo streaming on the right? Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that guy up there. I wonder what he's streaming. Oh, wow, he's watching the exact same thing as me. No, don't worry. We're not going to do that again, okay? That's how the last stream ended. How do you think they'll do the goofy Chief teleported upside down cutscene? Because it's modern Halo, I assume it's going to be boring. They're probably just not going to do that. I hope I'm wrong, though. But that's one of my favorite cutscenes from Halo 1. Wait. No, I don't need to look up the cutscene. I can just show you it. Right? It's this level, right, Keys? It was Keys, right?
The Covenant network is absolute chaos. From what I've been able to piece together, their leadership ordered all ships to abandon Halo when they found the flood.
Okay, guys, this is one of the most underappreciated cutscenes in the entire Halo franchise, just in my opinion. I know you can't see much right now, don't worry. Once we get into that Covenant ship. It's the cutscene where, for some reason, Master Chief operates on Wile E. Coyote logic, and he teleports upside down and doesn't realize that he's upside... What? Look. That is one of the best cutscenes in all of Halo. Is him teleporting, looking around like, where am I? Then looking up and realizing he's upside down, and then gravity kicks in and he falls. Like, that's literally like Looney Tunes shit. And I don't know why it's in Halo. And I am gonna put down Monopoly money right now that they're gonna remove that in the remake. Because the remake is photorealistic, that's the style they're going for, and they're not going to know how to do it in a way that doesn't look stupid in photorealism. Yeah, and like Cortana starts like mocking him because it's like, haha, stupid. You were like a Looney Tunes character right there. And then he hits his helmet, and she's like, ah, sorry. Can Halo work in a gritty, grounded tone like Halo Reach? Yeah, of course it can. Halo. What's so cool about the Halo universe is it's very malleable and flexible. It can work in a variety of different situations. I mean, hell, ODSTs worked in a noir story about saving a pink squid. You know? Halo 2 was a story about an alien learning that his religion is a lie. Halo CE is a story about landing on a ring-shaped world and realizing the ring-shaped world was made to stop an alien zombie apocalypse. You know? Like, Halo is so malleable. Like, it can be anything you want it to be. Halo Wars is about all units. Yeah, that is. Also, local units. That's what Halo Wars is about. What inspiration did Bungie take for Halo Reach? For its gritty military tone. This is my opinion. I suspect that it was Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Because that was 2007, and it released neck and neck with Halo 3. That was around the time when the game industry was starting to hop on the Call of Duty train, because like 3 years, that's enough time for them to be influenced by the success of Call of Duty 4. Everyone was playing, like, I mean, Halo Reach even has a first-person turret sequence, you know? Just like Call of Duty. Yeah, I think it was Call of Duty 4. Like, they wanted, basically, like, we want to make a Halo game that feels gritty, that feels militaristic, that kind of feels like, what if, like, Call of Duty Halo, you know? Hot take, I miss gritty military stories. Yeah. Battlefield 6's campaign was rough, but it was kind of refreshing to be like, oh man, like a gritty military campaign. I haven't seen one of these in a while. Call of Duty's not doing them anymore. You're fighting like giant plant monsters and zombies now in Call of Duty campaigns. So it's cool that like we have this like grounded little military shooter. Why not make a Halo game that is inspired by Saving Private Ryan, whatever that movie was, starring Tom Hanks? Well, I think the tough thing about that is that movie is about like the mortality of soldiers, and in a video game you need to humanize the enemy a little bit to tell a story, you know, about the mortality of soldiers. So you know, like with World War II, it's humans fighting humans, so there is humanity in that conflict inherently. Or the problem with aliens is like they're you know, it's not going to be like, you know, you're going to have like the fresh-faced little boy, and then you've got the elite like with its monster mouth, you know, like it's very hard to like humanize that conflict a little bit because they're literally aliens from another planet. They're beaming down and slashing your head off with laser swords. Oh, she doesn't mock him. Oh yeah, she doesn't mock him. She's like, that's weird. I just made a error correction, and like she knocks the helmet and then she apologizes. Yeah. Also, I am the only one who thinks Halo Reach's space saber battle has potential to be expanded into a full-form EVE Online or fighter jet type game. It's not just you. I think a lot of people feel that way. Bungie was even prototyping an online mode in Reach that was space dogfighting. See what Monty Ricard posted in the member Discord? Oh, let me take a look. Here, I'm taking a look. Look-see. Oh, oh my god. Can I show this? Am I allowed to show this? It's an assist trophy he made for his Smash Bros mod.
Oh, maybe not. Ask him.
Yeah, Can I show this on stream? How I be arriving to the function. Peek in the works. Okay, he's typing right now. This I'll allow, he said. Okay. Look what he's making for for Smash Bros. Mod. It's it's a suicide grunt. I mean, like, I assume the animation is not done yet, but he's gonna take out the plasma grenades and just run at the enemy. Oh, that's good. Dude, his Smash Bros. Mod is a lot of fun. Really, really good fun. Imagine an elite trying to sell someone car insurance. See, now I had an intrusive thought of an elite. Like, you know, when you're like trying to buy a car, like the elite at like his little desk, but it's like the giant elite, you know, with the broad shoulders, and he's wearing a massive but like really tight white button-down shirt, you know, because he's so big and this shirt is designed for humans. So he's got a big white button-down shirt and a tie, but it's like an elite, you know, and he's sitting behind his desk and they see that you came into the car dealership and they, like the elites, you know, they get up and they run over to you so they can, you're here for the car. We have Atriox trying to sell cars. Is it possible to introduce psychological orders into Halo? Psychological orders? Also, I have come to love ODST more, not so much for its level design, but for the music. The ODSTs themselves, the noir-inspired tone. Nathan Fillion is Buck. Dutch's helmet. I have come to love ODST's story and music, not so much its gameplay. I get that. That's okay. Oh, horrors. Psychological horrors into Halo. I think it's possible. I think there's already a couple of stories that tap into that. Have you read the Waypoint stories for Halo Infinite? Some of the stories from Halo Waypoint that Alex Wakeford has written are very creepy, and they're official stories set in the Halo universe. Do you have, you have an Xbox, right? Or do you not have an Xbox anymore? You're just on PC, right? If at some point you can get your hands on like a used 360, you know, or an Xbox One again, you told me, right, that you don't have the Xbox One anymore? And that didn't a copy of Halo Reach get stuck in it? Or am I misremembering? Try to get the 360 copy of ODST. It is so cool. Because the MCC version, that MCC layer, you know, like having the MCC main menu, having the MCC loading screens, the MCC pause screen, you lose a lot with the original ODST. It has quite the atmosphere when it's got its original menu, its original loading screens, an original pause screen. Alrighty, fellas. Oh, it is almost midnight where I am, and in order to maintain a good, healthy sleep schedule, I gotta hop off now, alright? Friends. But thank you, everybody, for joining the stream. I hope that you all take care, that you all eat your veggies and your mango salsa. I have an Xbox laptop, no Xbox or I have a gaming laptop, no Xbox sadly. I had a 360, I had Reach. Yeah, Red Ringed and Reach was stuck inside, that's right. And I want to throw a sticky grenade at myself for not being able to get the copy back. If you ever stumble upon a cheap Xbox 360, you know, it is worth it to experience the original ODST, I think. Because it's very hard to explain how much the original version of 360 adds to the atmosphere. Like, if you already like ODST, playing it on the 360 is going to add even more. Well, bye. It was nice to watch one of your streams again. It was an honor to have you back as a viewer. Random question. Have you considered bringing Masters on for Warthog Radio? Oh, of course I have. If you have, which episode was that? I have considered bringing him on. It's ultimately up to Rebecca because she is the producer and editor. She keeps the ship running tight. I think we have one guest right now planned for Warthog Radio, but I will have to convene with her and figure something out, because that's definitely a good idea, actually, just because of his experience with the modding scene. So, yeah, guys, I will see you all later. Thank you all for joining me, and take care, everybody.